watch history rewind right in front of my eyes. This live stream's too much, where can I unscribe? It's chaos without symphony. No beauty in violence when it's happening to me. I don't recognize the word, what does anything even mean? Past, present, future is a double speak. Everything is saturated, there's no room for nuances. I'm starting to question myself, what is real? Gosh, this negativity is burning me out. We're scorching this earth to make the blue chips proud. I'm watching this mayhem, scared but entertained. There's nothing I can do, but I know that I'm part of it. I don't want to have anything to do with it, but I'm the cause. I'm number 2 in the food chain. I'm the second most privileged primate in the game. I'm number 2 in the food chain. I'm trying, but I should be trying even better. Why can't we just sit together under the bulb of trees? We got 2 ears and 1 mouth, you know what that means. I fear that I wasted my chances. I fear that it's too late. I fear that we wasted our chances. I fear that it's too late. I fear that I wasted my chances. I fear that it's too late. Fear that we wasted our chances. I fear that it's too late. I'm a white monkey who escaped Chernobyl, cute and harmless until what I represent kills you. How did I really kill you? Now let me explain. It's 88 and the TV sign, a sketch show playing indigenous jokes, kinda harmless and fun. Kids repeating that song, no one's heard of punching down. Hey, sing along. And now I'm thinking, what on earth am I being exposed to? A little girl like a sponge taking everything in. But how do I grieve this guilt and exhaustion? What kind of holy water can get these things clean? It's radioactive. Let's pretend it doesn't exist. I'm a white monkey who escaped Chernobyl, cute and harmless until what I represent kills you. How did I really kill you? What's my legacy? Cut trees and other people's ancestry. Even I have roots buried under the crust and the crown so deep I never knew those did exist. Goddess in me is healing. I wanna be a phoenix, but I'm a white monkey who escaped Chernobyl. No matter what I do, is this what I will always do? No matter what I do, is this what I will always do? No matter what I do, is this what I will always do? I fear that I wasted my chances. I fear that it's too late. Fear that we wasted our chances. I fear that it's too late. I fear that I wasted my chances. I fear that it's too late. Fear that we wasted our chances. I fear that it's too late. But I can't afford to stop fighting. I'm learning how to lie. I can't afford to stop trying. I'm learning how to lie. I can't afford to stop trying. I'm learning how to lie. I can't afford to stop trying. I'm learning how to lie. Thank you and welcome to the Euroforum.
Hyvää huomenta ja tervetuloa 9. Eurooppa-foorumiin tänne.
Everyone, and welcome to the Turku National City Theatre to the 9th Europe Forum. And I also would like to welcome all viewers online. My name is Matti Antonen. I'm the chair of Eurooppa Forum in Turku. I'd like to extend my thanks to all of you who have been involved in the arrangements of this event. We have a very topical and high-quality program ahead of us. EU is a very important partner for Finland and other European countries, more important than ever. And this is not just my opinion, this is research-based evidence. Eurobarometer was launched a few weeks ago, and 76% of Finns thought that EU membership is good for this country. This share is higher than ever before. It is also higher than the EU average, which was 74%, and well, that is also at record level. According to Eurobarometer, Finns think that the EU's most important tasks are: 1, defense and security and strengthening these two, and 2, making sure that Europe's economy remains competitive. That's a clear message to our policymakers, what citizens are expecting from us. Citizens value security, and it is understandable in this situation. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine continues. The war has caused a lot of suffering and destruction in European countries, and it has changed Europe in many different ways. Finland and Sweden are now members of the NATO. Ukraine and Moldova are having their negotiations with the EU, and the European member countries are very committed to defending Europe more than ever for decades. Also, the economic operating environment is changing. There's a lot of protectionism at a global scale, and at the same time, Europe is relying on rules-based order and showing the way to many countries. Many countries are interested in collaborating with Europe. We have many free trade agreements that have been concluded in the recent years with Southern American countries, India and Australia. A more extensive network of free trade agreements will benefit Finnish companies and will increase our prosperity. Already 75% of our exports go to European countries or to those countries that we are collaborating with. The Europe's own agenda includes many important topics. First of all, the next financial framework from 2028 to 34, agreeing on the budget. The Commission released its proposal last year, and this proposal that will clearly streamline the EU budget is being negotiated in the European Parliament and in the member countries. Finland sees our priorities very important, strengthening defense, strengthening competitiveness. These two topics need further financing. In order to achieve our targets, we need to accept that the EU budget is now increasing. We cannot achieve enough savings from cutting on agriculture and regional policy. We need extra funding to the European budget. The third important topic, according to EU citizens, well, it was not that important this year, but still very important. We need to tackle climate change, and this should be one of the priorities, if you ask me. We have to get rid of fossil fuels, reduce our dependencies as soon as possible. In Finland, electricity production is green already, and therefore it is easy to replace fossil fuels by renewable energy production. In the energy transition, it's not only about tackling climate change, it's also about security. Reducing dependencies will increase our security, as we have learned during the last few months. I'm referring to the Hormuz Strait situation. Thank you for being here. Now I hand over to the Mayor of Turku, Pia Elo. You have the floor.
Dear Europeans, dear audience, Turku is looking out towards the West. For 800 years already, during centuries, people and goods have flowed into Turku, but also new thoughts. Turku has always been the port of Finland to the West, to Europe and to the world. That's why Turku is excellently located to organize the Europe Forum. On behalf of the city of Turku, I want to wish you a warm welcome to our Europe Forum. During 9 years, it has taken its place in the center of Finnish EU discussions. It's like a compass for Finland, how it's positioning it in EU and how Finns see the European Union and Europe. The specificity of this forum is that it is one of the most high-level fora and expert meeting amongst people, and also it's open to audiences. And part of the events are taking place in the Hansa city center. And we continue discussions where people move around. We want to thank the Eurooppa Forum in Turku and the workers of Turku city. We have a legacy to defend. Turku looks out into the west. That means that accessibility is important, and it's a vision where the Finnish triangle of growth is combined to the Baltic Sea capital cities with high-speed rail connections. It also means openness, values, participation and accessibility. Already this week I have been able to celebrate together with Ukrainian background Turku residents. Yesterday we looked at a school which has multiculturalism as part of their curriculum and good results in their learning. And we also had the Turku Pride, where we march for equality. Looking out into the West means also international cooperation, and in its core we have a sustainable city developing in a sustainable and socially equitable manner. In my position as the mayor of Turku, I have acted for a little bit over 1 year, and I have been representing Turku in many different networks of capitals, of cities, and I have met colleagues from all over the world. And I have a thought that has arisen during this year. In the world where, in an accelerating rate, political crises, military crises, climate crises capture the titles in the media, when we look at different audiences, cities represent something good. They represent progressive thinking and progress. A good example comes from Hungary, where they had a power shift after 16 years. During years where the country was going towards authoritarianism, more hate was in the air, there were people of the Budapest city who wanted to defend progress and openness. Cities do not participate in the European project as an extension of the nation state. We have a mandate to defend democracy and accelerate sustainable development by ambitious climate actions, for example. Dear friends, this takes me to the Europe message I want to transmit to you, all the political decision makers, especially here. In the 7 years financial framework, it's not only a question of money. Through that, we defined where we want to take and concentrate the European Union in the coming 7 years. You can sense the different emphasis in the programs. You can see competitiveness and security, climate, environment, know-how, and participation and inclusion. The cities are important actors for all of these things. Cities are also the level of government which is the closest to the European citizens. just every man on the street. The credibility of EU policy, it's important that cities participate in the decision-making tables where we look at the next financial framework and the local political plans. Probably in the new financial framework, we will have more European resources with which we want to promote technological development, innovations, and European competitiveness. Utilizing this, the Finnish cities have their own ecosystems and they have a lot to give to this cooperation. And we have evidence for this. The Turku European office published a study by which in the year 2025 we got 47.4 million euros of European money. That's tendered out money, and high schools, universities and the city utilizes this funding. And according to a ministry study, Turku is during the current period utilized most of the funding allocated to localities. We have received already over 30 million euros of this 47.4. Cities live in the current times, but they look into the future for a better future of people, because that's what people do in their everyday life. People make up cities, and cities are responsible towards their citizens. Looking into the future, we get progressive ideas and values. Cities are always the center of progressive thinking, and they will remain that as well in the future. I wish you good discussions, interesting encounters, and a very satisfying Europe Forum. A warm welcome. Thank you.
Niin, hyvät eurooppalaiset. Siinkin täällä on jotenkin mystistä saapua vaan tuolta
Europeans, it's a pleasure to come here this morning, and well, it's bright lights on stage. I don't see you very well, so don't be offended if I don't know people, if I don't see people who know me. Well, it is so good to be here in my hometown of Turku to talk about European matters. This is a very significant event, and this is one of the most important fora in Finland to talk about European matters, and it's really important and useful because we are Europeans and we have to be active members of Europe because we are building our future and our security together with our friends in the Union. I cannot think of any better place than Turku. Turku is a very European city indeed. So Turku is celebrating its 200 years in 2029. So 1289 was the birth year of Turku, when the religious capital was moved from Piispainen to Koroinen. So Turku already had a lot of contacts with European cities over the centuries, and we've had a lot of stories of important persons acting in Turku who've had very close European contacts. When we are talking about more recent times when Finland joined the EU, well, the correct answer is not 1995, because Finland started approaching Europe already centuries before that. Well, in December 91, the Maastricht Summit proposed that accession negotiations were to be started with Sweden and Austria. And Brussels sent a message to Sweden. If they want to be members, they needed to send their application within weeks. Voitte vastata. And Finland acted and left its application in 92. We were in the midst of a very severe economic recession and depression. The Soviet Union had collapsed and nobody could know whether this was the right decision to leave our membership application. However, we did it. We did it on time. So we were in a situation where we needed to act swiftly. And our success depended on three major things. First of all, enlargement is very important for the EU, and secondly, we have to improve our decision making, and thirdly, competitiveness. These are the three main things. When enlargement is one. So Ukraine, Albania, Moldova, they are the future members of the EU. They are very ambitious timetables. We know that, but still it's the first time for years that we've been able to set objectives in terms of years. We are clear on enlargement. We support enlargement because enlargement is the most successful security policy measure in Europe. All enlargement rounds have received criticism over the years, too poor, too early, too unprepared, and so on. But after each enlargement round, the Union has become stronger than before the enlargement. As for Ukraine, the arguments are even clearer. Ukrainian army is very experienced, defense industry is very strong, and it has developed a lot in 4 years. And all the unmanned systems are very important for Europe, so Ukrainian membership would be a strengthening factor for European defense. Of course, the countries need to earn the EU membership. Rule of law, fighting corruption, renewing and reforming administration are very clear principles. We cannot be too flexible on these. We need to be very careful with the accession criteria, otherwise we will make the EU weaker. EU membership is securing their democratic Western future for these countries, so it's very important objective. And as for Europe's funding, there are some severe difficulties, but the enlargement countries must be certain that if they fulfill the criteria, they will become members. So my next topic is decision making. We have to reform decision making in the EU, otherwise enlargement is not possible. This is not about ideology, it's about practice. We have a very complex decision-making system. A single member state can use its veto right in many different matters. Think about Europe with 30-plus member states. If every country has their veto right, it can hinder decision-making severely. Therefore, we need a new decision-making system in the EU, and Finland has to be open with this. Opening the negotiating clusters, and they should be decided by qualified majority voting, not anonymity. Of course, if we are accepting new members and ratifying all the accession agreements and so on, they have to be decided anonymously. But all the technical matters along the journey towards membership cannot be put under, they should be decided by QMV. And also other important measures. We are we've had severe difficulties in decision making because we have not used QMV for important matters. So we should get rid of the requirement of anonymity, and veto rights are too extensive. And take a look at how they have been used in recent years. Veto right has not protected small countries. No, it has given a weapon to those countries who want to hinder Europe's progress. And also it's very uneven among different EU countries. So we have to be open and think about enlargement. What does it mean to the European Union? What does it mean to the Commission? What does it mean to the European Parliament? How many members can the EP have? What does it mean for European agriculture, cohesion policy, regional policy? How shall we decide on regional policy funding, for example? Finland has to be active here. We do not want to be a country that only lists the problems but proposes solutions. That is needed in Europe now. A third big question for Europe is, well, the two first are dependent on this. We need to increase our competitiveness. We have a lot of strategies, but implementation remains a problem. It's a political problem, not a technical one. Let me give you one example. Internal market. There are still hindrances on the Europe single market corresponding to 40% of duties. So we've done a lot in order to develop our free trade agreements with third countries, but the internal market is still not functioning properly. We need to open the markets and create a fully developed internal market, otherwise we cannot progress. And Finland has to defend open trade in Europe. So my following 3 points are: first, services, energy and capital. They have to be, they need to travel freely in Europe. So we need to have more funding and attract investments in Europe, and also the European company form. So growing companies have to be able to operate with single rules all over in Europe. In Finland, we have a lot of companies who cannot operate in other countries due to administrative burden. And also we need free movement for innovations and research. Goods, people and services are moving freely in Europe, but information and knowledge and research and innovations are not. We should revise this. I also like to point out that Finland disagrees with some member countries. We do not believe that competitiveness should be built on joint debt. Joint debt is a very difficult decision. We need to reform our systems. So we need to make sure internal market works properly. We have to remove administrative burden and create added value. So these are difficult objectives, but it's the only sustainable way. Of course, we need to negotiate well for the next financial framework. MFF is being negotiated right now. And it's not about what Europe finances. Shall we finance policy areas that we did in the last century? No, we should put our funding where the future is. We need not only public money, but also private money. Europe's public money has to be used democratically and responsibly. We also should attract private investment in European affairs. We have to prioritize every single euro that we need. That is the way to create impact and also deepen our collaboration with like-minded countries. Tomorrow I will will travel to Berlin. I will meet with Chancellor Merz and other colleagues to talk about our joint objectives. We are not alone with these thoughts. Dear Europeans, one thing has changed in Europe more quickly than we would have thought: defense. European Union was not supposed to be involved in defense. Now look at the defense field. We have increased funding in just a couple of years, and this year we can produce 2 million ammunitions per year. And defense industry creates jobs more than any other field, more than ever since the Cold War. And also in Finland, well, this is a good thing for the economy that so much is invested in the defense industry. So many changes in recent years, and this is a clear sign of what Europe can when things turn bad and Europe needs to act. Now, funding is not the main problem. It's about fragmented markets, slow administrative processes, and problems with competitiveness. Think about defense industry products. If you have 27 different versions of it, no, this is not European defense. So I have to repeat, European defense has to be visible there where Europe is defended. That is the eastern flank of Europe, the border between Finland and Russia, 1,300 kilometers of border. It is not Finland's interest only. It should be Europe's interest to protect its eastern flank. In the future, I want to see Europe where we have more than 30 member countries, where Ukraine is one of them. I want to see Europe where enlargement cannot be stopped from one single capital. I want to see Europe where internal market is open to capital, money and knowledge, as they are for other items. I want to see Europe that is able to defend itself. Europe is not a voluntary alliance of national states. It's much more. Turku reminds us that Finland's way towards the West is more than the Union, more than our independence. We have to keep the route open to Europe, also to those countries who are only beginning their journey towards Europe. We want to remain active members of the European Union. We don't want to remain passive. My highlights in my career have been those common gatherings with other European leaders when we've discussed solutions to different European problems. I'm happy to be able to continue on this route. In a couple of weeks, we have Rovaniemi Arctic Summit in just a couple of weeks, and Finland is hosting this summit, so Finland is an active member of the EU. Of course we are. With these words, I wish you a nice Europe Forum. Thank you.
Okei, sopii. Tähän mä toivoinkin, tämähän on perinne, että sä teet kysymyksiä.
Hyvää päivää minunkin puolestani, arvoisa Eurooppa-foorumin yleisö.
Good afternoon on my behalf as well. It's great to see so many of you here today. Welcome, Prime Minister. Excellent that you were able to clear some time in your busy calendar to spend some time with us. And if you imagine that I will let you out so easily, just a speech and then out the door, don't think that. Before the
party political panel, I'd like to ask some questions. Of course, we look into the future always, but I would like to look back a little bit. First question, you are going towards the end of your term, 3.5 years have passed. What's the legacy you will leave to the ones that coming next? Thank you. Well, first of all, I hope that we have left a legacy where we have really invested in influencing on European level more stronger than ever before. And we have also achieved results. And if we look at the major footprint we have left, I'm sure that it's related to defense and security. We have taken care that Europe has woken up to defense. In every paper, we identify Russia as the biggest security threat to Europe, and defending the eastern flank, improving and strengthening defense in Finland, it's very important, and that Europe has understood the situation. This is nothing that you can take for granted. We don't have the same history as Ukraine, but we have a good background on neighborly relations with our big eastern neighbor. And I can claim that Finland has invested a lot in these issues. Now that you mentioned Russia, a couple of weeks back, President Niinistö said on European and Russian relations, and he stated that maybe you should prepare just a scenario that the war in Ukraine will not end very quickly. It could be a frozen conflict that could drag on for years to come, and President asked us to consider that we would act as during the Cold War times, that the capitalistic West and the communist East, even though they were divided, they did have a line of discussion going on, communication, and President Niinistö said that you could have a Cold War system where the crisis wouldn't escalate, that it wouldn't worsen the situation, and that we would open up a discussion contact with Russians that would be detached from the conflict in Ukraine. Now, what do you think as a Prime Minister? I think it's good to consider these things, to discuss the different alternatives. My own thinking in this is that we have to make the war end. We cannot aim at, and I'm sure that Niinistö didn't think that we would aim for a frozen conflict, of course not, but we want to aim at ending the war in Ukraine. The US, which is essential in finding the solution, their attention is now in Iran, and there's no preparedness in Russia to take up discussions and negotiations because they are in the battlefield. They have lots of defeats there, but we have to support first Ukraine as strongly as possible so that they can defend themselves, and set sanctions and pressure towards Russia that they cannot continue fighting in Ukraine. But then we come to the line of discussion. We have to open it at some point, and I would see it so that we have to do it together amongst the Europeans and first agree when to talk, what to talk, and then who will talk. It, of course, would be good to open up the communication lines towards the east, but despite everything in Finland, we have the channels existing. We have
embassies in Helsinki and Moscow, cooperation and contacts between authorities still remains open when needed. Thank you, Prime Minister, for these good messages. To begin the Europe Forum discussions, we will have the EU policy panel of the parliamentary parties, and I'm sure that we will discuss these as well. Thank you, Prime Minister. I know that your agenda is very busy, so we will just pause for a moment, reorganize the stage, and then continue with the party political debate. Thank you.
Kiitos paljon avauspuheesta ja tosiaan pidetään tässä välissä pieni tauko ja ohjelma jatkuu 12:30.
We have a pause now and we will continue at 12:30.
Hello, this is Minna. Is it any better? Can you hear me better than before? Shall I? Yeah? All right, so I keep on using this one. Thanks.
Hei kaikille ja tervetuloa Eurooppa-foorumin ohjelmaan täällä Turussa ja etänä verkossa.
Hello, welcome
Elle
to
Okker,
Europe
ja
Forum.
minulla on
My
ilo
name is
toimia
Elle Okker,
yhtenä tämän vuoden
and
Eurooppa-foorumin
I am
juontajista.
one of the moderators
Muistutuksena
of
yleisölle,
the Europe
että
Forum
kaikki
this year.
ohjelmat
I
striimataan
want to remind
suorana
our
verkkoon,
audience
ja
that our
lisäksi
program is
päänäyttämön
streamed
ohjelmat striimataan myös
online
Yle Areenaan.
directly, and
Tulkkaus
also the
englanniksi
main
tapahtuu
stage
Interprefy-sovelluksen
is
kautta.
web streamed to Yle
Ja päivien
Areena.
keskusteluun voi
We
osallistua
have for
chatissa
interpretation
skannaamalla
the
näytöllä näkyvän
Interprefy app,
QR-koodin.
and you can
Hi everyone,
find the program
and welcome
by
to the main
scanning the
stage.
QR
My
code.
name is Elle Okker, and I am delighted to be one of the hosts of this year's Europe Forum. A few reminders. So all programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep listeners in mind and use headphones. If you need any help with this, the event staff are happy to help you. If you wish to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen. Tässä vaiheessa annan puheenvuoron keskustelun moderaattorille Markku Jokisipilälle, Turun
I give the
yliopiston
floor now to
eduskuntatutkimuksen
Markku
laitoksen johtajalle.
Jokisipilä, Professor Director, Center for Parliamentary Studies at the Turku University. The floor is yours.
Joo, arvoisa yleisö, mukavampi pitää paneelia, kun saa vähän
Distinguished audience, it's nicer to discuss when you have some people on the panel here and not alone on the stage. Welcome to this 9th Europe Forum. It's wonderful to see so many of you here and that you're interested in European affairs. We are hitting a participant record this year, as we have in previous years as well. I have participated all 9 years, and it's great how we have grown this event to become the core of European discussions in Finland, and we have 3 days of high-level discussions, great participants, thought-provoking discussions on Europe's current affairs and future. Throughout the forum's history, one of our central topics of discussion has been politics, both at union level and Finnish national European policy level. And this is how we will start today's program as well. We have the party political European policy debate. And we have limited the panel to the representatives of the 4 largest parties in the parliament. As you all can count, we are missing one still, but I'm sure that we will have the coalition party representative joining us in a bit. And we have limited the participants because one of these parties will be the one that forms the new government and has the prime minister position. Before we get annoyed about the limitation of this party political scene, you will be able to look at the other parties as well, because the representatives of our other political parties are involved in different other panels. We will have another panel on this stage on Friday, and we have 6 parties represented. Then you will also have the Left Alliance, Greens and the Swedish People's Party. I am Markku Jokisipilä, Professor Director, Center for Parliamentary Studies at the Turku University. Welcome, Minister Sari Multala, as well from the National Coalition Party. We will start first by representing each and every one of the participants. Let's start with the Social Democratic Party, Pinja Perholehto, the 3rd Deputy Chair of the Social Democratic Party, first term Member of Parliament and also a youth representative. Thank you. Great to be in Turku.
Helsingin Sanomat reported on Monday that you are responsible for the EU policy program of the Social Democratic Party for the coming elections. And when I looked at the program, you had 89 pages of policy program, but EU represented only 4 pages. When you look at the coming elections, will you have more on EU, or is EU not an important discussion topic for the elections? Well, I want to be humble. We have a great team, great organization, almost 1,000 people involved in this, and the European Affairs Committee, where we have the Nordic countries and the Åland Islands involved. So I'm not alone making this program and writing it. You cannot draw the conclusion that Europe questions or the European Union questions wouldn't be as important. On the contrary, they are very important, but the Finnish advantage often equals to European advantage. I hope that the campaign program will be shorter than 89 pages, and it will be so that all Finns could read it and compare the different parties. I'm sure that European questions will be there. 89 pages would be a long program to scan through. Next, we have the Member of Parliament Antti Kaikkonen of the Centre Party. You have led the party from 2024. Our party program will not be 89 pages. Well, that was your first election promise. During the Marin government, you were the Minister of Defense. Now you represent the Centre Party at the Parliament. Welcome. Yes, thank you. And I was also born in Turku. That's a good way to get new points. Of course, it's a significant argument as well. We have been discussing critically even when members of parliament participate in reality TV programs. Well, Antti Kaikkonen, you are a living legend. You participated in 2008 in the Dance with the Stars program, and it showed out that dancing wasn't your strong points, and that you are pretty stiff on the dance floor at least. What would you say to your younger colleague? Should politicians be involved in reality TV? No, says Antti Kaikkonen. Well, more seriously, everyone has to consider for their own case whether they feel that something like that would be relevant or well justified at that point in time. Well, it's 18 years ago when I participated. I thought that you wouldn't remember that anymore. Well, reality shows that you still remember it. I wonder if within 40 years you will still remember my participation. I thought at that time that, well, a person could represent themselves in other programs than the news programs. But I thought that participating in this program should not lead to absence from parliamentary work, and I was able to keep this promise, and we looked for dance training late at night or early in the mornings, but it seemed to not produce the result that we were aiming at. The judges didn't understand, but well, citizens wanted to see me suffering on the dance floor for quite a while. Well, that was an interesting story. Then we have a representative from the Finns party, Simo Grönroos, the third deputy chair, executive director. You are also a representative at the Espoo City Council, and you are also the party political secretary of your party. 3 years ago, you presented a dissertation or doctoral dissertation on Urho Kekkonen, and I want to check your thesis. In the 60s and 70s, there was only a few who were critical towards the Soviet Union or Kekkonen, but I will now comment on the Finns party. The Finns were very critical towards the EU for a long while, and your party political program, you said that we should actually leave the European Union. But then pragmatism, that's my interpretation, won, and now the Finns are cooperating in parliamentary discussions and in government, and you govern together with the Swedish People's Party, which is a very progressive EU-minded party. Did the party now actually accept being part of the EU and stop this criticism?
Selvitetään fiksit vaihtoehtoa sekä Euroopan unionista että eurosta, vaikka niitä
thinking about exiting the union as well, and we have a very critical stance towards enlargement, and Teemu Keskisarja from our party has commented this. The independence of Finland in 1916 was very improbable, but still in 1917 the geopolitical situation was completely different. So our party is of the opinion that we should prepare ourselves to leave Europe and leave the common currency. Maybe Minister Multala should comment on these comments, but let's give the floor to Sari Multala from the National Coalition Party. She is a minister responsible for the environment, and before this, Multala was also the research and innovation minister in the previous government. Welcome. Sari, you're also famous for being a sailor and in a very high level. Well, we know that there are other sailors in the Finnish Parliament, Hjallis Harkimo, who's leading the Committee for Transport. I wanted to point this out now that we are in Turku, close to the seashore. Is there something about sailing that prepares a person well to political life? So is it a good background for your political career? Well, my professor once said when I was studying economics and business, he told me that sailing is actually very similar to the economy. When we are trying to model and estimate and forecast what happens in the economy. So sailing is actually a decision-making in insecure environment. So I think sailing has been a good background for me. Future is always uncertain, and we always have to take decisions with estimates. And of course, in competitive sailing, you need to be very fast compared to your competitors, and also this is a very good skill in politics. So I try to prepare a good future for Finland and Finns. So I think I do have some skills in estimating, in forecasting and anticipating, and therefore I believe to have a good background. Finland is a small country, so we have to rely on estimates and anticipation. Very often, well, I've had some difficulties in sailing, so it's not always so straightforward. It's quite difficult. Sometimes you have to change direction, sometimes you have to take a quick decision in politics, but going back and forth and going against challenges and difficulties, it's not always plain sailing. It's often very difficult to navigate the seas. And these are very good skills also in political life. Well, thank you very much. So about similarities between sailing and politics. Well, sometimes people criticize us for being too future-oriented and not looking back. Well, that's another story. So let's go back to our day's agenda. We have European affairs here, and well, we have limited time ahead of us, and therefore I ask you to answer very briefly as possible. And we have somebody in the audience who will show us if we are exceeding our time. So after every 90 seconds and 2 seconds, we have different cards that are shown to you panelists so that you know when to stop. And of course, we take turns in our panel as usual. Well, let's start with a very big question. So how do you view the current state of Europe and the EU? What is the big picture of the EU in global politics? Is Europe a responder or an initiator? Are we pioneers? Are we initiators, or are we just responding to what is going on in the world? And now, of course, we are always highlighting 3 important points in Finnish politics. So which 3 issues would you identify as the EU's most important priorities in the near future? Here, Sari, you can start, and then let's move towards this direction. Well, we've taken the right steps recently, but the European Union still has some room for improvement. We need to be better leaders, we need to be better initiators, also in the global context. Of course, our decision-making processes are fairly slow, and the administration is quite cumbersome, but of course the member states always form the common opinions. And well, what are our priorities? From our perspective, we should improve competitiveness, we should make the internal market better, finalize the internal market, in that way increase competitiveness. We should also reform a decision-making system, move towards qualified majority voting so that we can react quicker and show more initiative, and also self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency in every field. Self-sufficiency is very important thinking about our future in Europe. We need to be more self-sufficient in energy, in critical raw materials, in minerals, in digital services, in many different fields. So these are my top 3 priorities.
Thank
you very much. What about the Finns? Do you have similar priorities or different? Well, our priorities are somewhat different. Looking at our first priorities, of course, immigration is a very big topic. We can just follow the news, what's going on in the world, and these are just tips of the iceberg. In Africa, we have 1.5 billion people in Africa. It grows very quickly. In decades, the population of Africa will be 2.5 billion euros, and Europe's population is shrinking at the same time. So there's a lot of immigrational pressure from Africa to Europe, and if we don't do anything, we will end up in deep trouble. What happened to Indians in North America when the Europeans came? So we need to take some tough decisions. Do we just want to follow what's going on, or should we react? And second, democracy. The European Union was sold as a trade union, but still new policy fields are always added to the European agenda, forestry and other fields. So this will shrink our national decision-making power. All decisions are taken at the EU level, and Finnish municipalities have analyzed that approximately 45% of decisions made in Finnish municipalities are based on European initiatives. So that illustrates how the European Union takes all the decisions, even at the municipal level. This will make our decision-making power much smaller. we have hundreds of people far away from Finland who take decisions for us. So therefore, we have very limited decision-making power. So this will shrink national states' power and independence, and this will also negatively affect economy and our prosperity. People keep saying that food is less expensive, gasoline is less expensive. Oh, this is not true. Consumers are facing high prices in food, energy and electricity. This is all due to EU. Well, now I have to stop you and move on. Antti Kaikkonen next. Well, your first question, are we reactors or initiators? Well, it's sad to say, but I believe that we are responding to what's going on around us. We should be more active. In the present geopolitical and political context, we of course have to keep an eye on what the US is doing, and Europe should be leading smart development at a global scale. Well, defense is our first priority, if I have to name one. Of course, immigration is important. We have to control immigration, but defense is very important, and also military security is very important. Now, looking at Ukraine, of course, if the Ukrainian war just continues, well, my guess is that the war will continue for quite a while. Of course, we aim at peace, but our hands are tight, and we need to do everything we can to achieve peace in Ukraine, and there's some room for improvement here. Well, we also need to improve competitiveness of Europe. If we don't do better in terms of competitiveness, we end up in trouble. We have to reduce administrative burden and so on, otherwise Europe may end up as an outdoors museum for other nationalities in the world. So we have to have a strong basis in Europe also for the future. There's a lot to do. And I agree with Sari, self-sufficiency is very important. In today's context, it's very important to rely on our own production to be self-sufficient. Of course, we need to promote free trade and global trade, but we also have to make sure that we have production in Europe, we are self-sufficient, whether it's food, energy, medicine, or whatever, critical raw materials as well. Pinja. Well, the European Union is of course product of its own time, and I agree with the previous speakers. We've been responding to what's going on around us. We haven't been that active looking at the COVID-19 exit, for example, and also be more active. We should be more stronger at the geopolitical level. We should increase our international profile and strengthen it. Europe needs more power, and well, there are three biggest questions in the near future. First, can we decide effectively? Can we be unified? Can we compete against other nations? Can we defend ourselves? These are the big questions. And of course, we have to think about our approach. Are they domestic policy questions, or shall we look for joint interests at the European level? And of course, everything is interrelated. We need more efficient decision making. Well, Finland's stance has been for quite a long time already that we should streamline Europe's decision-making, aim for more QMV. And of course, competitiveness is one of the key factors. We are a very export-driven country in Finland, and therefore we need to have strong competitiveness in Europe. And thinking about Africa, Global South, well, these continents are growing rapidly. Well, it's not only negative, it can also provide opportunities, and nothing is automatic. We have to fight for ourselves and defend ourselves. And of course, defense is important. Security, defense, it's also closely related to enlargement, whether the EU can take new members or not. Thank you very much. Petteri Orpo said a while ago that what his priorities are for Europe, and I had a chance to ask him what is the European legacy that the present government will leave to the next government. Now that we have a 50-50 division in this panel, we have two parties from the government, two from opposition. So this is a very interesting question. What are the national objectives for Europe? Petteri Orpo said that decision-making has to be effective. We have to be active members in the EU, and also we have to influence Europe's political guidelines and priorities. Europe's strategic competitiveness is very important at the national level. Finland has to be more active in the EU and make its voice heard in Europe's decision-making. So what do you think? What about the present government's European policy? Has it been successful, and what about the objectives? Are the objectives being met? And well, I first give the floor to Pinja, representing the biggest opposition party. I think it's good that political parties agree on our main objectives in Europe. Transport policy is very important, maritime transport, for example, for Finland. So in these matters, many political parties agree. So the big lines are shared in Finland, and of course all political parties look at the results. Well, I'd be a bit cautious as for my analysis, because MFF is one of the biggest issues for the EU. And now the Commission's first proposal was quite problematic for Finland in the first place. And how can we continue supporting north and sparsely populated areas if funding from these policy areas is cut? That is, of course, very severe to Finland. So we have to fight for our interests and priorities. And also anticipating, being proactive, it's very important. So we should always form a single message from Finland to Europe's decision-making. Unfortunately, it hasn't been always that uniform in recent years. Well, before handing over to Antti Kaikkonen, this government is quite interesting. Now, usually the Social Democratic Party and the Centre Party have been in the government while Finland has been an EU member, and now the present government parties are less experienced in EU affairs. So let's give the floor to Antti Kaikkonen next.
Well, of course, I think it would be good that in EU policy and in our foreign and defense policy, we wouldn't have this division between opposition and the government. That would achieve best results. But of course, now and then, we have to make these estimates. Did Petteri Orpo give him an excellent grade for his government's activities? Before giving a grade to this, I would like to hear on the results on the multi-annual financial framework negotiations, because that is part and parcel of our practical example, EU policy in the coming days and in next spring. I don't know if it's pre-election or after elections when we get the results, but next year we will hear more on these results, and there are big questions to be solved related to our regional policy, agriculture policy, and the Finnish special position. Has it been identified and noticed correctly? Because Finland has the longest external EU border with Russia, and we are suffering extremely from this geopolitical global situation, especially Eastern Finland. So therefore, Finland, especially Eastern Finland, would require some more specific attention. I feel that we haven't seen this yet. And before we get this attention, I can't give an excellent grade. Yes, what would the Finns party say in defense of the government, as a government party, the Finn policy line? Well, a small country in such a situation, we have to defend our own interests. We see that there are certain pieces of legislation, for example, the nature regulation, which act and things related, for example, to the PPWR. We have the deposit bottle system, which now will be completely trashed due to EU legislation. EU has regulated that we will have a common standard on EU level, and that will mean more expenditure for Finnish food companies, beverage companies. But as a small country, it's difficult for us always to defend our benefits. But then Germany, for example, when there were regulations related to the car industry, well, now we are giving up on certain combustion engine related requirements, but they have it easy because they're a big decision maker, big country. Finland is a small decision maker and small country. We haven't in Europe achieved to bridging the gap in technological development in China, in US. They are progressing at an accelerating speed. We have worse unemployment figures than in China and US. In the beginning of this millennium, 40 out of 100 big companies were Europe. Now, currently, 10 out of 100 leading companies globally are European. We don't have Googles or Teslas, so we are frozen up on European level. Sari Multala, well, we can now find the division of opinion between the Finns and the coalition party. We are more optimistic of the current times and future. Of course, nothing is perfect, that's clear. And of course, Simo, although he is deputy chairman of his party, he is not at the same table discussing when he's not a minister in the government. Prime Minister leads our EU policy, and I think the great success of his government is the white paper on defense. It is something that was an initiative of Petteri Orpo. It was promoted first within the EPP, and now on the European Council level, it has given a good guideline for EU. The eastern border was identified there, and Petteri Orpo has invited to the eastern border, to northern areas, Central European decision makers, so that they see the reality with their own eyes. And as an example, in defense and the budget, we have more proposals for funding for Finland
in comparison to the previous Commission proposal. It's not, this budgetary proposal is not perfect by no means, but we can see the emphasis on defense, strengthening the eastern flank, for example, and when the EU should do more in certain issues, in some areas we have to do less if we don't want to increase the size of the budget extensively, and we want to use the European and Finnish taxpayers' money very wisely, and it's a very difficult task to balance our needs, what we want to defend more. These are according to Finnish priorities, but there are pressures, of course, to look through the list and then give up on certain things, and that makes the negotiation position very difficult for a small country like Finland. That's why we need partners, allies, and we always want to look towards the bigger countries, search for alliances with them, because we need the qualified majority in important decisions. Sometimes we even need unanimity in decision making. And for major partners, we have to have a good cooperation and with the Commission decision makers. And now that you mentioned the packaging and packaging waste regulation and the deposit bottle system, which in Finland functions excellently, well, the Commissioner said that, well, please send your proposal. We have sent it, and there is a jar for us with our proposal to continue with our excellent system. So we shouldn't trash the good things, and the people in Europe, of course, decide, and we have to be in good contact with them, not just criticize, but cooperate. Thank you. Talri Multalad's response was a good bridge to the next question. We have had now 9 Europe forums, and I have been participating in all of them, and when we always say that European Union is in crisis or at a turning point, but what currently is going on is historical. The European Union was founded as a union of peace, intended to ensure that armed forces would never again be used in Europe as an extension of politics. But when we look at the current times, the Union is changing its character, and defense is up for discussion more than ever before in EU's decision-making history. And this, of course, is related to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. What has happened on national level, defense budgets have been increasing greatly, and it would have been unimaginable just a couple of years back. And in Europe, there is a will to make a credible actor defense-wise also on a global level, and the United States is receding from Europe quite a lot, and there are no guarantees that they would then stand up for Europe. So we have to carry the responsibility for our defense ourselves in Europe, and there are no guarantees that the situation would get better, and the European Union on national level and on union level have to support the defense of Ukraine. Is the EU now changing into another kind of an operator than previously? Instead of a common cooperation body, will it be a defense body? Is this good or bad, or something in between? Do you see these shifts as risks? Antti Kaikkonen, maybe you could start this round.
En tiedä, hyvä tai huono asia Akselilla, sitä voi olla vaikea sanoa, mutta mä sanoisin, että se on välttämätöntä.
It's difficult to think whether it's good or bad, but it's a vital question. We need to be better prepared for defense and security. Unfortunately, at this moment, I don't see any sudden changes coming up, so we have to be prepared. So we need to make sure that our defense is correct and good. Of course, we have to avoid overlaps with NATO. NATO is the primary defense alliance for us, for most European countries, but of course NATO and EU can complement each other. We need to understand in Europe that the US is stepping down from Europe and putting less focus in Europe, and therefore we have very concrete reasons for strengthening European defense. We need to step up our own defense and security and allocate enough funding as well. So I'd like to see more practical results, I must say. I think we've been quite slow. For example, during the Ukrainian war, the European ammunition production has stepped up quite slowly, in fact. At the same time, Russia is adapting very quickly to changing circumstances and ramping up production. Well, Finland has been very good in this context, but many other European countries are lagging behind. They are not doing enough. And of course, there are some sectors where Europe can bear specific responsibilities: cybersecurity, hybrid security, or tackling hybrid threats, for example. Aggressive Russia is a big security risk, and it is clear that now we have to invest more heavily in our own security and defense, and this is something that influences European decision making a lot. We still have, well, maybe a bit more than 6 minutes, so we have very tight schedule here. So let's give the floor to the Finns. Well, Trump has made a favor to European countries. Now Europe is forced to think about defense and security. Finland has been good in this. Finland has taken care of its own security for decades now. And of course, we have to avoid overlaps between NATO and EU. In Europe, not everybody believes that NATO will defend Finland or Europe. Well, NATO has also problems. Thinking about the Greenland question, when Trump said that he will attack Greenland, the Nordic countries were stepping up. And also for Ukraine, the Nordic countries, Baltic countries, Poland have been very active in supporting Ukraine. Looking at other countries, well, France, for example, doesn't care about Ukraine at all. If you think about the figures, the share of GDP that goes to Ukraine. So we have big differences already in Europe. We should maybe collaborate more closely with the Nordic countries or Baltic countries. I don't believe in European Union being a new NATO. Well, of course we should avoid overlaps, that is clear. But on the other hand, European Union is very important to Finland. It's a community of values, community of security. We cannot underestimate the meaning of EU. And now Europe talks more about preparedness, how to respond to different threats. What about the shadow fleet problems and so on? How do we protect our critical infrastructure? How do we tackle hybrid threats towards our critical infrastructure and so on? So we are already well prepared. We can react quickly if something happens. Of course, we should still strengthen our preparedness and also gather funding for that. And eastern flank and its protection is very important, so we have to secure our external borders. That is something that guarantees free movement in Europe. We have to work together, but also collaborate with NATO. They are not excluding each other, so we need to work together both in the EU and in NATO. And of course, every single member state is responsible for its own defense as well. So I see this positively. It's positive that the European Union thinks more now how to prepare and how to strengthen Europe's defense together. Pinja. Well, I think we can invest both in the economy and in defense. It's not either or, it can be both. In Finland, we often rely on black and white thinking. So we can promote these objectives together. And all member states, of course, have to strengthen their own capabilities, and Europe can use its industrial policy measures and means it has. Single member states do not have comparable resources. And of course, everything we do in Europe for defense and security also benefits NATO. And of course, this is something that we've done for decades. The countries have extensive experience thanks to NATO membership. And also thinking about what Prime Minister Orpo said, he mentioned enlargement and its significance to defense and security. For example, Montenegro is very eager to join the Union, and Iceland will have a referendum as to whether to seek EU membership. And so many countries are interested in Europe. We cannot close the doors from many countries that are trying to accede European Union. Of course, we have to be strict about the accession criteria. So how many members can we have? 30 or 35? If there are so many member states, we have to reform our decision-making rules. Not only decision-making, but also budgetary rules. And of course, these decisions are tough decisions to take. Well, I believe it's good that we put more money in defense. I don't see this as a black and white question. All right, dear panelists, dear audience, well, we've used up our 45 minutes. Time flies when you're having fun, isn't it? Well, thank you for this excellent discussion. This was a very good start for the Europe Forum this year. We discussed many important matters in this panel, and now we move on to more specific discussions on different policy fields. I'd like to thank our participants. It's been very interesting, and some of you will stay here and some of you will go to other places after this. So I'd like to wish you a nice day and all the best in your important work. Thank you.
Kiitos paljon hyvästä debatista. Ohjelma tällä lavalla jatkuu tuota pikaa. Tauon aikana lämpiön puolella palvelee Eurooppa Cafe.
During the break we have the cafeteria
hommata naposteltavaa tai juotavaa. Nähdään
so you can use its services. See you soon.
hei ja tervetuloa takaisin päälavalle niin täällä Turussa kuin etänä verkossa. Haluaisin muistuttaa, että kaikki ohjelmanumerot striimataan suorana verkkoon ja täällä päälavalla myös Yle Areenaan. Tulkkaus englantiin tapahtuu
streamed online and also to Yle Arena. So interpretation is available in Interpretify and you can use the QR code for that. Next we will take a look into the defense revenue as an engine for growth and its significance to Europe's future. Jan Erola is moderating the panel discussion. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. So, defense revenue as an engine for growth. Our panelists today, now that we are in Europe Forum, let's start with Timo Pesonen. He's Director General in the Directorate General for Defense Industry and Space, European Commission. Then Jussi Järvinen, Executive Vice President, Protected Mobility from Patria, Antti Kaikkonen, Member of Parliament, Chair of Centre Party, and then Mika Aaltola, Member of the European Parliament. Used to be leading the Foreign Policy Institute in Finland. Well, the title of this discussion is very positive. We talk about defense revenue, not defense spending. What do you think, Jussi? Patria is the biggest Finnish defense company. Do you bear all this responsibility for economic growth? Well, we are not the only party responsible for Finnish economy and economic growth, but of course defense industry is a major player. Last year we had 40% increase in turnover, and our industry organization has very high targets for this year as well. So this is not only Patria, but also other defense industry companies. Yes, well, of course, but of course we are the biggest player, and well, there's a little bit of growth everywhere, especially in defense industries. This year we've 2.5 times bigger than what we were just 2 years ago, and we have very important growth targets. So it's very important now, and our regional impact is very big, and also we have suppliers from all over Finland. So what is the role of defense industry as an engine for growth, not only in Finland but also in Europe? Timo, what do you think? Now it seems that defense industries are attracting funding, massive funding. What does it mean? Does it mean economic growth? Does it lead to genuine economic growth in Europe? Well, it will create economic growth. As Jussi said, Patria and other Finnish defense industry companies are very strong at the moment. Future looks good and strong, and well, this is all over in Europe, and investments in industry, in defense industry have increased a lot in recent years, plus 20% every year, and they will keep on growing. Well, basically all member states are investing heavily in defense industries at the moment. It is good, of course, but at the same time we have to closely follow not to have any overlaps, and making sure that we invest wisely. I don't want to see us buying from outside of Europe, and also we shouldn't increase prices. While defense industries are very patriotic, traditionally as well, Patria name tells it all. Now that we are investing in defense industries, what about the export markets? We sell Tomahawk, for example, to the US, but usually defense markets have been very closed, aren't they? Well, what we do in the European Commission is to is to promote cross-border projects and strengthen European defense industries. And Patria has been an active player right from the start. I believe most defense industry companies in Europe promote cross-border cooperation and collaboration in general. Of course, we have to buy some components and capabilities from other countries such as the US. Let's think about the Patriot systems, for example. We don't have equivalent capacity in Europe yet, a little bit in France, Poland and Iceland, but not everywhere in Europe. So we need more Patriot missiles in Europe. So we are investing, but in good collaboration. Mika Aaltola, you've been very active in defense industry discussion, and you have given your opinions about the US and the collaboration between America and Europe. What do you think now? Is Europe independent now, and how dependent are we on the US? We've been collaborating very closely with the US, and it's difficult to be more independent. Now we've relied on the US so heavily in recent decades. Well, now ammunition production, for example, it has increased a lot in Europe. That is good. It's 4 times more than what the US can produce. We've had some problems with Patriot missiles production in Finland. It's not about Trump being reluctant to sell components to us. It's that they are not available. Now we have to remember that all these arms and ammunition systems are very complex and need a lot of components. So it's not clever to have all possible production in Europe. The main aim is to keep Russia under control, and the main focus should be in Russia-Ukraine war. So let's not tie our hands. We should, of course, be not too dependent on more expensive American devices and components. I have an iPhone, and I've used a lot of money in buying new chargers because I cannot buy other chargers for my iPhone. So locking yourself in phenomenon is very strong in American products. We have to reduce our dependencies from the US. We are 4th on the list of countries in Europe who are very dependent on America. Patria was very closely involved in American collaboration in recent decades. Now it's more independent. So here we are, and we should think about what to do next. Antti Kaikkonen, what do you think? What should we do? At the same time, we should be more pan-European and also more nationalistic. So how to make sure that all these investments remain in Finland? So what do you think? As a politician, what can you do in order to attract investments in Finland and create defense revenue in Finland? Well, it depends. While I was the Finnish Minister for Defense, all these things were on my desk, on my agenda, and of course we tried to increase Finnish sourcing and the use of Finnish components and European components. So we decided to buy F-35 fighters from the US while I was the minister, because they were considered the best available on the market. Of course, we have strong players also in Finland. Patria was mentioned, and we have a lot of defense startups in Finland as well. References from defense forces are very important for our defense industries, especially for small companies. They need to have references from the defense forces. It will help them in their marketing. And of course, the Finnish defense forces know this very well. They are very careful in choosing their suppliers. If we have high quality components that are available in Finland, of course, we should buy them. And it's, of course, it's also a question about the security of supply. We should have components production in Finland as well, and it will also create jobs and economic growth. How can you influence politics at the same time? So how can you consider both politics and economy at the same time? Of course, it's a difficult question. Well, maybe, of course, there's a lot of regulation in defense, but in the field of defense, we can be flexible as well. So we can channel sourcing to Finland quite easily, in fact. And those who are responsible at the moment, they can guide procurement and sourcing to domestic suppliers as well. As far as I've understood, procurement is not functioning that well at the moment. In the defense forces, the procurement function is struggling at the moment. Their shopping lists are very long. They have restricted resources, for example. So maybe we should increase resources for the defense forces in order to avoid problems with sourcing and procurement. Well, maybe some earmarked funding. Well, funding is not the only thing. We should have maybe more personnel responsible for defense procurement. The world has changed. In the good old days, we could plan our defense procurement up to 5-10 years from now. Now that the technological development is so fast that we have to be very agile, much more agile than before. Jussi, how do you see, well, maybe I lost something, but how many percentage of your turnover is exports? So what is the share of exports in your total production? Well, talking about our vehicle production, next year's forecast is 95% of production goes to export. So that is defense revenue to Finland, not only in monetary terms, but also it's important to remember that Patria vehicles will be used in all Baltic countries, for example. So that is also defense revenue in the future because they have to buy maintenance and spare parts, for example. Well, there are some means how to penetrate closed European markets, and you've been quite successful in this. What is this KAOS project? Well, KAPS project is a Finnish-led project, and Patria is closely involved in this, and that is a European success story. So we've received a lot of feedback from Brussels, for example, so Patria has done very well in this project, also the whole of Finland, and our business model is very effective. So for the past 25 years, we've relied on local production, local sourcing, and that has strengthened our security of supply. And also in that way, we can extend our delivery chains, we can scale up. It's not only what we do in Hämeenlinna, but our production is important in many parts of Europe, and of course we can build security of production for future decades, and we have many European countries who are buying tanks from Patria at the moment. It's not only about trade policy, it's also about foreign policy and defense policy. Well, this is good news for Finland and of course creates jobs and industry in Finland. Well, when we are buying components for hundreds of millions of euros, Finland is an exceptional country in Europe, so we are able to buy what the defense forces need. Of course, there's some policy involved, but it is an exceptional situation in Europe. In many other countries in Europe, the defense forces get what a separate procurement agency will buy for them. Timo, what about the Commission? So, can you tell us about this project? It was a country-led project. It was not the Brussels-led. So, what is your role? Well, we are preparing things and we are preparing a proposal for the next budgetary period. And we want to make sure that we have enough funding for defense industries in the next EU budget. And I've understood that Finland supports this approach, and of course we need support from all European countries. So it is important that we are involved in every step of the product cycle, innovations, product development, until the prototype phase, and also supporting joint procurement. So we want to enable joint procurement in Europe. That is so-called seed money, and also making sure that there are no bottlenecks. So when we launched the as soon as possible ASAP initiative, so we wanted to support defense industries by 500 million euros. So in that way we could launch important industrial projects because we targeted the bottlenecks in order to ramp up arms and ammunition production. So this is how we want to act. We want to support in many different phases, not only with seed money, but also in other stages of the product life cycle. So we want to be involved in every step of the product production. So what are the most challenging bottlenecks then?
Well, personnel resources, you were talking about the logistics centers and different institutions. The challenge is that training these people, educating them, recruiting them. So we need new investment because these people, these resources, capabilities are not available everywhere because we have this misleading images that you can just go to the store and buy something. Well, that's not, that doesn't go for personal resources and know-how. We need drones, AI-based systems, so we need new thinking, and there are new operators that emerged into the market. They need these case studies, and the Finnish system is not always the most agile, so we need the EU support for these innovative projects to the missing pieces of our capacity. So bottlenecks exist, and there are a lot of them, but we have achieved a lot of good things as well. I could list a long list of good projects, successful projects. Drone production is ramped up in Finland now. It's extremely important, and it's the 5th year of war. The rhythm has been extremely upbeat when we look at news from the Russian military production and that it exceeds the needs, and the tempo and its violent speed. If we have to hop into this rhythm of war between Ukraine and Russia and their development of arms and ammunition, do we have enough resources? Are the resources rightly allocated? We do have to be able to enter into more experimental projects as well. So are we able to dance the dance to the beat, which is a very rapid beat of the warfaring nations? Antti, you were saying something. Well, yes, I cannot dance that dance that was referred to here previously. One basic bottleneck is that we have too many European countries where these things were neglected for decades. They don't have any defense anymore. After the Cold War, in most countries in Europe, the time of the wars was considered over forever. We were concentrating on peacekeeping, and we didn't consider such a hard-line defense situation that we would face. And we believe that in crisis, well, the US will help us, and for sure they will, but we have to work more for this support, and it has been a bumpy ride with the United States, and I'm sure that that won't change in one night. So as Europe, we have to up our game here. I have a reminder from the beginning of the war where ammunition was called for and big promises were made, but when in practice we then tried to launch and ramp up this defense production because there was not enough ammunition factories in Europe. In Finland, we did have some, and we increased their shift system, but there aren't so many production facilities in Europe, so therefore this bottleneck was very difficult to solve, but this just characterizes the lag we are living through now, and we have had to put a lot of effort into ramping up the production in Europe. We have Russia, which we criticize for many things, but they have been able to ramp up their ammunition production with the Chinese support, of course, but it's been slower in Europe. But now we are actually trying to catch up. We have two different realities in Europe. Ukraine needs all support possible, and it's important that we can provide material. But if we think about other things, then we still, in the big picture, move forward with the current methods and processes we have had for decades. And that's not only a bad thing. It's good that a Finnish conscript survives his army with the traditional means and methods, but we have to then experiment certain things in a different manner when they are taken to actual battlefield situations. So we have to have parallel processes in this the defense procurement in Europe in times of peace, and if then concretely what can Finland do better? Well, we should resource our defense industry. Patria does the sales, but the political decisions are needed. We need the doors to open. We need the negotiators in trade relations, and these have been too little resourced. So we need more administrative capacity as well. To Mika and Antti, actually, Russia and China, they are authoritarian dictatorships, and they live in war economy. So therefore, it's more difficult in Western democracies. We have tried to accelerate our processes, but how long do we need to get a permit for a factory to be opened? From years, we have been able to shorten this permission period to only months. So when we have to be able to produce very quickly for our own benefit, but also for the Ukrainians.
Ei sitä valtaa, se valta tulee kansalaisilta ja jäsenmailta.
Power comes from member states, the parliament and the citizens. The commission doesn't have power, we have the right of initiative. This example came up, I think it was the previous speaker.
Esimerkki tuosta mieleen, että Forsithan suunnittelee nyt
Forsit company is now planning an explosive factory in Finland, and this is an important project on European scale. I don't know today's situation, but I know that Forsit, they're living very interesting times to see whether this project will pull through actually, and it would be important on Finnish scale and European scale as well. But of course, we cannot just set up factories in anyone's backyard. We have to have the permissions, but we should be able to ease the permitting of such installations in this situation. We now have 50 million euros investment going on in Hämeenlinna, and the permitting process has been very smooth with the town. We have nothing to criticize on that. In Finnish history of economics, we have had historically big companies which have been like big oak trees and in the forest industry and in metal industry as well. How do you take care that when the new innovations come up at accelerating rate, that Patria wouldn't become this all-encompassing big oak under which nothing grows in the grassroots level? Do you have some kind of a community level cooperation? Well, we have lots of cooperation on many different levels. GAPS cooperation, 60 Finnish suppliers, for example, or that in Poland they have produced for 25 years Finnish-designed vehicles, and we still deliver components there. On the startup scene, then we can cooperate there as well. We have single examples of that on different product development projects, which we have been able to produce with the examples from the Ukrainian war situation. We have also received good financing for the E-Alliance initiative, involving companies in defense material production. Timo, in Europe, the parameters are bigger and the scale is bigger. How can you promote innovations? We're not living war times now, so we don't have martial law, but what can you do in these times to promote innovations? We have made presentations and proposals to accelerate the processes. Mika knows the parliamentary process on the European Parliament level. We have common rules on how to accelerate these processes, but at the same time we have to have rules of game so that we can't have a Wild West here, just anyone doing anything anywhere in Europe. But we have great pressures when we know how China and Russia operate. It's a very difficult question. It requires political will and courage from a national level as well. Of course, the basic treaties allow for things in crisis times, emergency times. We have Article 122, for example, emergency procedures. The Commission President said that the situation is worst after the Second World War, and we were able to progress on Commission's initiative with qualified majority of the Council. So there are actually instruments, and this evens out the clash between, or the ability to implement the difference in this between the dictatorships and the democratic European Union. When people are given explanations, when we are open and honest, then we are able to accelerate. In autocratic states, actually the speed tends to slow down and tensions increase, whereas we can produce a longer-term fruitful product. In developed Western non-corrupt states, investments in the defense industry actually produces economic growth, and that can be seen in Finland as well. Some 30% of our economic growth is defense industry spending, and the same goes for the export market. In Finland it functions, but then economic growth in Russia, well, the corruption system actually puts the money in different pockets and other pockets, and that could even decrease their economic growth. Well, now I want to ask the politicians a question. During the Cold War times, you would put in the defense budget also a part of the railroad or part of the main road. Now we don't have to have secrets in what we invest in defense policy. Could we maybe change the rules of game and invest in, for example, infrastructure in Eastern Finland without it being defense spending? What do the politicians say on this? Well, what a difficult and painful question. Well, what comes to mind here is NATO's 5% aim, 3.5% hard defense, and the rest support spending. When we move towards 2035, I'm sure that there's room for interpretation, but it has to benefit defense, but it can also benefit the wider society, infrastructure projects for Eastern Finland, for example, or interconnections within the country, which are well justified from the defense point of view, but also from the point of view of regional vitality. Regional politically speaking, Eastern Finland suffers from this geopolitical situation a lot, also on a European scale, and therefore some kind of a positive special attention towards Eastern Finland would be well justified. And it's also a question of security. An inhabited border is a safer border, and that bears a significance to European security as well. Yes.
Erityispainotus itäisellä Suomella, mutta kyllä tässä puhutaan koko Suomestakin samalla.
Of course, well, Putin once said that part of his heart is here in Turku. Maybe this is a bad sign. Well, he visited Turku once. So what is important to bear in mind is that we have to keep an eye on the eastern border. It's important to have personnel in place who know the regional circumstances. That was one thing that stopped Russia in Ukraine. All these images from Bucha and images from empty streets and houses, people lying on the ground, dead bodies and so on. So people there, they knew their area, and it is very important to have local knowledge. You can see it and understand it in southeast Finland. Local knowledge has to remain in place. When eastern parts of Finland lost their connections to Russia, of course we need to find replacing livelihoods to eastern Finland. For the first time, Finnish Finnish economy is growing. The estimate is more than 2% without Russian trade. So that is very positive piece of news. It's healthy economic growth. It is built on investments in defense industries for some parts, but it is good. It's good choice in this situation. And defense industry could be the new Nokia for Finland. We cannot ignore our geopolitical situation. We cannot rely on Russia. We cannot rely on Russia in building our economic strength. Fortunately, we've left these times behind us, and now we should keep an eye on the new realities. I'd like to comment the first question. Well, for defense industries in Finland, it's always been clear that we have to target exports. And of course, the reference from the Finnish Defence Forces is very important in the early stages when we are trying to launch a new product. Then it's important to have a reference from the Defence Forces. But when we are really heading to international markets, the Finnish Defence Forces are a small player. So it is important, of course, but not that important. Just a couple of comments here. Now that we are talking about military mobility, i.e. investing in good traffic and transport connections in Europe, how to deploy forces from one place to another overnight if needed. So we have to speed up the deployment of troops, and this is something we collaborate closely with NATO, and we need infrastructure investments as well. So from the Finnish point of view, it is important because we have to make sure that we have good connections to the Arctic Sea. We are an island, basically, in Finland. If somebody closes the straits in Denmark, we are in trouble. So we need to find alternative routes for deploying forces. So we have to be well prepared to any possible situation. As for the eastern flank, Finland has been very active in flagging these initiatives, and the Commission supports heavily on any initiatives on the eastern flank. So the eastern border is not a separate issue. It's something that is of interest to the entire EU. It's a common interest. If there's any aggression towards Baltic countries, let's wait what happens on the stock market. So everything is interconnected and interrelated. So we are in the same boat in Europe. So everything affects everything, including the internal market. So what do you mean by Arctic connections? Well, I don't want to give any names, but we need better and faster connections to every direction. And of course, we need common rail width in Europe as well, in every country. I think the role of the European Central Bank is very important, and ECB has promised to protect euro by everything it takes. So if there's a war-like situation anywhere in Europe, ECB has to react. And of course, this is helpful for Finland. Thinking about war in Finland, in addition to human suffering, it would cost millions a year. And of course, we do not have these resources in Finland. So we do need support if something happened, as Europe has needed. So we have to think out of box here. What is the role of Europe if war breaks out in Europe? Maybe that is something that we haven't thought about that much. All right. Well, my next question, it's from the chat. So do you have any statistics on the employment effect of Finnish defense industry? How many new jobs have been created? Approximately 15,000 direct jobs and approximately 35,000 indirect jobs. And if we can increase our turnover as estimated it, we can create tens of thousands of new jobs. Well, sounds good. So your input is very important in Finnish employment. It is, yes. All right, well, maybe we can have a couple of questions from the audience in a minute, but one more question here. So what is your advice? I give you my question now, then we can take questions from the audience. So what is the number one thing that should be decided either in Finland or in Europe, something that would boost growth in the defense industries in Europe, that something realistic happens? So what is your number one wish? What should be done to boost the defense industries? And then let's take one question from the audience. Please raise your hand, present yourselves and put your question. So 2 more questions. Well, use this opportunity. There's one question there. So please ask some questions. Now there are some questions in the audience. Please present yourself and then put your question. Janne Ronkainen from the Finnish Union for Industries. So we are very positive towards new jobs creation in industry. And we've done our calculations as well. So we estimate that defense industries are very able to create jobs. But our estimates are that 78% of production goes outside of Europe to the US, South Korea, Turkey and so on, Israel even. So of this money, now revenues are being generated, but most of it goes outside of Europe. So what is the role of defense industries as an engine for growth? Is it really an engine for growth? Thinking about exports and their share. So would somebody like to comment this question? Well, I'm happy to answer. So how to create industrial jobs in Europe? Well, that is of course very important. We've lost a lot of industrial jobs, especially to China. And the European preference, Europe first, that is something that we should highlight. We cannot afford losing industrial jobs to outside of Europe. That means losing money, losing jobs, losing prosperity and everything. Antti. And then, well, we are running out of time. So Antti, you have the floor. Well, it's always a balancing act. We need the best possible products in the world. And well, F-35, we bought them from the US. Sorry about that. We also bought some other pieces of equipment from Israel or from South Korea. So these products are not produced in Finland. We have to buy them from elsewhere, but also, of course, to balance, we need Patria-like companies in Europe. So I think we have potential for increasing domestic production in defense industries and also in that way create jobs and prosperity. And CAP project is also very important. So we were very active in initiating the CAP project. Well, so you've also found some new opportunities. Well, we have a lot of new production being launched in Jämsä, in Nokia, in many parts in Europe. So, of course, and all these projects are massive. Also, maintenance and spare parts are included. So, what is your wish list for the following years? How to create growth through defense industries, either in Finland or in Europe? Well, very briefly, ambitious budget is important. We need to have budget for this. Member states have to accept increased budgets for defense industries. In that way, we can support these industries. We also need to have strong support from EU citizens. We cannot afford losing citizen support for defense industries. So Slava Ukraina is something we have to bear in mind. Who's next? Well, Finland takes care of open competition. We need to have open European market for Finnish defense industries, and of course in the Finnish administration we have to have things in place that we have funding and facilities and resources for defense industries. Well, very good ideas. My wish is on a more general level. In Europe, we have good principles in place, also in Finland. Now we have to move from words to deeds. We have good ideas, now we have to implement them. Well, you can of course influence these things. Well, yes, we can. We have to understand that now we need massive investments, not only twofold or threefold, we have to hundredfold our defense production. It needs a lot of resources. So, and for long term, we have to have citizen support for this as well. Well, I'm quite worried about the Russian strategy. So Russia has great resources, great defense resources, long-range missiles and so on. We also have to have this. We need long-range missiles in Finland as well. Europe needs them. Well, thank you very much. Our experts in this panel and Slava Ukraini, that is a very good concluding word for this panel discussion as well. Thank you.
Kiitokset puhujille ja yleisölle mielenkiintoisesta keskustelusta. Seuraavaksi pieni tauko ja ohjelma jatkuu tällä lavalla kello 14.30. Jos haluatte käydä kahvilla, niin lämpiön puolella
well, the cafeteria is open in the lobby and I'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the main stage. Next, we will discuss how renewable materials, innovation, and circular economy solutions can strengthen Europe's competitiveness and sustainability. I will now give the floor to the moderator of this discussion, Anna-Stina Heikkilä.
Thank you very much, Anna. Warm welcome, everybody. So, circular economy has been part of the policy vocabulary for years, but the context has changed. European industry is under increasing pressure. Energy costs for energy-intensive industries, they remain significantly higher than in many competing economies, while global competition, particularly from China, has intensified. Europe is also facing a growing challenge in attracting and retaining industrial investment compared with the United States and China. And at the same time, geopolitical tensions, they have exposed Europe's dependence on imported fossil-based raw materials, and they have raised broader questions about resilience and strategic autonomy. So this is no longer just about sustainability. It's also about competitiveness, resilience, and where future industrial value will be created. And yet, despite strong ambition, progress towards a circular economy, it still feels very slow. Let's briefly introduce our panel. So I'll ask each of you to say who you are and where you're coming from, just in 1 or 2 sentences, please.
Ilkka Räsänen, Senior Advisor at Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund. Sitra has been working on circular economy for at least 10 years. We were instigating the first ever circular economy policy roadmap that was here in Finland, and these days we're running a yearly conference and platform, World Circular Economy Forum, and many other things. So we've been around in this scene for a while.
So hi everyone, Nuria Renam. I'm working for UPM, and at UPM I'm heading a business unit called Global Specialty Papers. There I'm responsible for sales, operations, product and technology, and also supply chain. And I'm happy to be here today and to be able to discuss recyclability, circularity, renewable materials, and also the competitiveness of the European industry.
Hello, my name is Katja Santala. I work for Fazer and I'm leading the packaging development team of Fazer Confectionery. Happy to be here to discuss.
Hi everybody, I'm Veli-Matti Uuski from Ministry of the Environment, and I'm Director General for the Climate and Environmental Protection Department, and it includes circular economy and waste issues, and happy to be here.
A warm welcome, and I'm Anna-Stina Heikkilä, a journalist, author. I'm the former Paris correspondent for the Finnish Broadcasting Company, where I was following EU matters. So let's move to the first question. So if circular economy makes economic and strategic sense, why isn't industry investing any faster? Nuria?
Yes, it makes sense, and it makes much sense. And the thing that is missing is the demand. So unless we have predictable demand, it is very difficult that there is further investment. And that's why we believe that circular economy shall be taken as the competitive policy for competitiveness in Europe. And that means both improving the recycling rates, and that's needed, but also locally sourcing renewable material, and that means being produced as well in the market and not so dependent on fossil coming from other markets. And it also means less dependency on external supply chains. So if we have that demand, and if we can do that and improve the systems that we have, we can start and it will go faster.
And Katja, from the perspective of a company buying and using packaging solutions, where do the biggest practical barriers emerge today?
I think the biggest challenge is the unclarity and uncertainty of the regulation. So one example of that one is that we as a company are investing in packaging machines at the moment. And it would be very helpful to see quite clearly what will the future demands for packaging materials be in very much detail. And this is, of course, because we are going to be using these packaging machines for decades and decades to come. So that would be helpful to have a bit more clarity.
Yeah, Katja mentioned regulation. Veli-Matti, is that the problem or something else?
In regulation, I think the regulation isn't the problem, but there's still challenges in the circularity because the making economics of the circularity isn't there yet. We are still going towards it, and we need stronger economic incentives and steering to scale up the circular solutions at the moment, I think.
Yeah, and Ilkka, when looking at the EU legislation, what is still missing from the EU framework to turn this ambition into investment?
And I have some ideas, but maybe I'll address the first question, if I may,
Go ahead.
because I guess the inconvenient truth is, as Veli-Matti said, it's not economic in the short term, otherwise it would happen faster. And the reason why it's not economic is that the environmental externalities of producing from virgin raw materials are not priced into the products that you make. Production and extraction of things cause emissions, climate emissions and others, and that's not reflected in the price. But the bill is coming. It's coming to all of us in the form of climate change. This summer has been quite instrumental in that, not here in Finland, it could have been a bit warmer to my taste, but for example in France and Spain and so forth, it's been a very special year with the records broken in drought levels, heat waves, etc. And I was just checking what the cost might have been in some of these countries, whether they have actually tried to calculate the economic cost of what is hitting the fan right now. And the French environment minister said on 12th of August that they initially estimate that the cost of droughts and heat waves and wildfires is between 10 and 15 billion euro. So it's starts to be quite significant. That corresponds to 0.3 to 0.5% of the French GDP. So the bill is coming, and it's not paid only by those who produce and consume, like all of us, but everybody is paying the bill. What should EU do? I think it's not so much matter of one single piece of legislation, but really embedding circularity. And I think this is what you suggested a bit into the core of the EU economic policy, into the single market policy, creating a genuine circular single market. So it's not no longer a fringe policy issue in the environment domain, but at the core of the EU, and the thinking should be embedded in all legislation. And I think that's the mentality shift that has to happen.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's dive deeper into this. So, according to the European Commission, a circular economy aims to keep products and materials in circulation for as long as possible while minimizing waste and resource use. But no material loop is completely closed, so new input is always needed, and the key question is increasingly whether that input is fossil-based or renewable. And circular economy, therefore, it combines several approaches. So there's recycling and reuse, there's new materials, so including renewable bio-based materials, and then redesigning products and value chains. And this is also reflected in the EU's changing priorities. Circular economy and bioeconomy are increasingly seen as complementary parts of Europe's competitiveness agenda. And the Circular Economic Act, it focuses on keeping materials in circulation, while Biotech Act 2, it addresses the role of new renewable materials entering the system. So, dear panelists, how should we understand circular economy in this transition, and how do recycling, renewable materials and innovation fit together?
Maybe I can take this one, and I think that you have explained it quite well in the sense that you need to recycle, we need to focus on recycling. That can increase much more than we are doing, but however, this is not enough. So always when we recycle, we lose part on the recycling loop, and also there are certain applications that you cannot cover with recycled material. For example, in paper is very clear when it needs some kind of food compliance sometimes, or some specific things, then you need to also use virgin fibers. So that's why what you have mentioned, so the Circular Economy Act, the Biotech Act 2, and bioeconomy strategy need to work together, so that we understand circularity as a whole, so that the input, the renewable input, is taken into consideration into the circularity, not just the recyclability part, which is key and very important, and also what do we do with the secondary material, and how do we use the side streams. So this needs to be in a loop that we can work towards having a real circular economy.
What about Veli-Matti?
Yeah, I fully agree. And from a circular economy perspective, the key objective is to bend the curve of total natural resource consumption downward to move us closer to operating within the planetary boundaries. Everything else from recycling to innovation should contribute to that goal, I think.
So if it works, circular economy could deliver, so as mentioned, less dependency on imports of fossil materials and critical raw materials, and it could also create new value chains, lower emissions. So we're also talking about a future where industrial value in Europe is created. And I would like to talk more about these concrete examples. Katja, what are the most promising examples you see from the food and packaging value chain at the moment? We were talking a bit with you before about Fazerin Sininen, Fazer's Blue, for example.
Yes, the side streams were mentioned. And of course, I think on the food side and utilizing side streams, we are already in good phase. There are concrete examples of doing that. And one example of those one is our praline that we created under the Taste the Future concept, where the delicious toffee filling was made out of oat milk production side stream. So that is something I'm certain will come more and more. And from the packaging side, I think we are still in the innovation phase, and these amazing executions are still yet to come.
And Nuria, could you give us an example where circularity and renewable materials are already creating industrial value at scale?
Yes, so we do have quite a lot of good examples on that. So if we start, for example, the biofuels that come from the pulp production side stream. So this is one example. Second example, Katja, you have mentioned it, even being on the innovation phase, this paper-based packaging to replace film packaging that needs to keep the food for long. So barrier innovation on this paper fiber packaging is another thing that is already there. What we also need is to have some harmonization on the legislation part so that we can make it real, because it's true that depending on the country, there is one legislation or another, and then it makes it difficult for the brand to really commit and make a decision. Third example that we can take is the biochemicals made in Leuna in Germany, and it's biochemicals made of beechwood. So these are real examples in the market that are there, that are available. And if we push a little bit for demand and we create demand measures, then this will scale up.
And Ilkka, do you see sectors in Europe where we already have this competitive advantage?
But maybe I can also comment on this question on recyclability and definition of circular economy. I think, as Veli-Matti pointed out, circular economy does not start with recycling, it starts with reduction. And I think that's something that everybody, me included, should be thinking, you know, would my current iPhone 14 be good enough for a few years still, or do I need this iPhone 17 now, or can I go on with this jacket for a few years, or do I need a new one? Does my daughter really need all of those new clothes, or, you know, could she do with less? I think this is a necessary starting point. Then comes reuse. You know, you use an item in different purposes or give it to somebody or sell it, and then only comes recycling. And this is quite well embedded in the waste hierarchy and the policy frameworks that the EU also follows. But on the competitive advantages, I think in the ICT sector, actually, there are quite interesting cases, even from Finland, especially from Finland, like 3-Step IT, which does this sort of life cycle management of IT, laptops, etc., that they take after a few years, refurbish, resell, take care of all of the life cycle, and also Swappy is quite good at refurbishing iPhones. Okay, these are not really renewables. On renewable side, I think the biggest maybe success stories so far have been in the biofuel side. I know this one because I used to work for Neste, but I think over time the incentives that have been created for biofuels should be more and more shifted towards biomaterials, so they tend to stay a bit longer in the system, unless you capture the carbon from air or from the stack pipes of for example, paper mills. And this is, by the way, actually quite interesting and should be taken into consideration. Biomass, new biomass is not the only renewable input, but if you capture carbon from, say, a paper or pulp mill and put it together with the green hydrogen, you can create hydrocarbon molecules and replace fossil fuels that way. And there are, you know, a few interesting things happening in that in Finland, slower maybe than would have been expected, but the economy hasn't been good for that type of big investment either. But that's something that we should be also thinking of.
Yeah, and by the way, if you have comments in the audience, questions, please do not hesitate and raise your hand. Nuria UPM argues that recycling is essential but not sufficient. Could you elaborate why?
Yeah, I can give an example because, as I said before, the recyclability doesn't last forever, so you can recycle for a number of times. So if we take the paper example, in Europe, recyclability rate is 87%, and it's aiming at 90%. So it's really high, but still, you cannot use everything you recycle. Still, you need fresh input. And then you also need this fresh input to be used, and you need the waste created by the recycling loop to be used. So I think that all that have been said here is important on that question. You were mentioning reduce, use less, absolutely important. You were mentioning as well increasing recycling rates, absolutely important, but also that the input that we have in the system is not fossil-based. So that shall be the target, that we have bio-based input on this circularity and that this bio-based input is produced in Europe. So that's what our industry is looking for, this less dependency and this integration between both.
And Katja, what about packaging application? Where do you see the limits of recycled materials and where are renewable materials needed?
Yes, of course, in the food industry, the question on recycled and the virgin material lies heavily on the food contact legislation side. So there are clear limitations for using recycled materials in food contact still. And maybe still on the recycled part, Another point to consider, what Nuria was also referring to, was that if we keep on adding recycled fiber, for example, for transportation boxes of goods, it can also have a negative effect on the durability of the packaging. So we need to be mindful of this one. And I think all the materials have their place, but we need to use them with consideration.
Yeah, how should policymakers balance these investments in recycling systems versus support for renewable alternatives?
I think policymakers shouldn't consider recycling and renewable alternatives as a competing solution. They should be considered as complementary solutions. And the ultimate goal should be maximizing sustainability outcomes, not favoring any pathway over another. And as we know from the Finland's country report, we have still investment cap, which is almost 400 million in Finland, and in circular economy investments. And if we got combined waste solutions also, there's almost 60 million plus investment cap, and we should consider how to manage that and get more investments going on.
Yeah, there can also be a gap between virgin fossil materials and secondary or bio-based materials. And at the same time, as has been here mentioned already, materials that could be reused are still often classified as waste, making their use slow and difficult in practice. So ambition is high, but implementation lags. So a short question for all of you panelists. If you could remove one barrier tomorrow, what would actually unlock progress here?
Okay, first a hypothetical thing. I think ideally EU should try to change the price signals between virgin materials and recycled materials, but the EU doesn't really have the competencies in that, or at least the unanimity is required for any taxation things, and therefore you can forget it. I wanted to bring the EU angle right in here because this is the Europe Forum. So then, and again, it's not necessarily a question of only one thing, but embedding the thinking such that we have a genuine circular single market. But yeah, you have to start somewhere, and the European Commission is finalizing its proposal for what they call Circular Economy Act, probably a bundle of different legislative instruments that will seek to remove barriers. In particular, we think to free movement of secondary raw materials, or recyclates, if you will. And there, according to our interviews with several actors, often what comes up is the end of waste criteria. I'm looking at if this rings a bell here or if this is important for Fazer or UPM, but it's actually quite ridiculous that it's so unharmonized. End of waste means that certain waste, or what are the mechanisms and criteria through which certain material ceases to be waste and is again raw material or product, and that has implications on how you can transport that material, how you can get permitting for its further processing, how you can include it maybe in packaging, etc. And there's very little harmonization at EU level because member states can also make their own end of waste criteria. So you can really have a patchwork of various requirements depending on where this raw material stream is coming, and that is both anti-circular economy and anti-single market. So I hope Commission would be bold in trying to fix it, and the member states would be bold enough to maybe give a bit their sovereign decision making in that sense, and seek for this European harmonization.
I can continue. Fully agree with you on that part that you have said, so that would really help. If I would need to mention one for me is this demand unlocking. So as an industry, we need to now focus the efforts on an European Union level and on legislation level to create this demand. It could be through demand quotas of bio-based quota material, it could be through other mechanisms, but the industry needs to have some kind of predictable demand to be able to invest on scale. And if that's not there, that will remain on a technology level, on a scale-up level, but demand needs to be unlocked. And it's important because if we think about plastics, for example, they've been over 100 years being produced. So it is normal that their scale and their economies are much better. So we need this innovation to become scalable to be able to reduce the cost. But if we don't have some kind of incentives at the beginning, we won't be able to do that because then industry will not invest that much money in order to do that if there is no demand behind, so we don't know what will happen after. So that would be the one.
I could continue that. Could we also consider that helping the demand would be that we would have clear regulation, clear guidance on what's going to happen, and then that would also boost the innovation. Another thing I want to say is that the implementation periods are quite short. For example, the recyclability grades we will be getting in 2028, and already by 2030 we need to have 100% recyclability on packaging materials. So kind of having enough time there to co-innovate with other partners in the value chain would be very helpful.
That was one tough question, and if I had the right answer, I think we have already done it in the ministry. But what one biggest unlock might be to create a stronger business cases for circular solutions, and we need right policies and right kind of incentives for that to be happening.
But shifting to renewable bio-based materials, it introduces another tension because more biomass use, it raises questions about land use, biodiversity and carbon sinks. So in other words, cutting fossil dependency on the other side, on the one side may increase pressure on ecosystems on the other. So how do we make sure that we are not solving one problem by simply creating another? And what does sustainability actually means when these trade-offs collide? Would you, Veli-Matti, like to start? How should Europe balance climate objectives and biodiversity protection?
Europe needs to pursue all of these what you just said, and reducing fossil dependency is one key factor, but we cannot forget that we must support also climate goals and protect biodiversity. If we get the solutions that goes together with all of these three, they are the best solutions, I think.
Nuri, how do you respond to this concern that increasing biomass, it simply shifts environmental pressure elsewhere?
Yeah, I would agree that sustainability needs to continue to be key, and it's the key and it's the basis, and that's why it's so much regulated. So if we look at the forestry management European Union regulation, if we look at the country-specific regulations, and you also have other certifications like FSC, PEFC, those are the ones that need to make sure that we do things right on the biomass side. And now that's why what I'm trying to say is that we need to focus then as well on creating this demand and this scale up. And there are cases that you were saying before that if the three of them could be together, then we would have the key. So one example is Loina, for example, these biochemicals produced by beechwood. So this beechwood grows 20 kilometers away from the plant, and it has no other use than fire at the houses. So no real industrial use. And the fact that now it's used for these biochemicals as basis, as feedstock, that makes that the forest owners need to manage the forest the right way. So they are now increasing the good management of the forests, and they are supporting the biomass at the same time while creating bio-based products. So we can have both if we do things right.
Ilkka, can we have both?
Maybe in the case of beechwood, which I don't know well, in general, or in some other cases, it may be difficult. I mean, there is a lot of European sustainability regulation in many angles. There's no lack of it. The question is whether it works in practice in every case, and as value chains extend often globally, or there are global replacement effects, does it create pressure somewhere which we don't control, or where your control schemes and others don't work? I think that's more of the question. What is though needed, I would think, from the industry side is also there's enough, let's agree, there's enough quantity of legislation on sustainability. The question is quality. How do these things fit together? Are they compatible, or are there overlaps, or are they even contradicting themselves? And it's quite a maze to try to grasp all that legislation. One thing that artificial intelligence could do usefully is to try to figure that out. We talk about RegTech at Sitra, regulatory technology. How can artificial intelligence, for example, help in preparation of laws and in compliance of laws, which is quite costly business, especially for SMEs, to navigate through various directives, regulations, and their national implementations and case law. Probably impossible for any single human being, and here AI can be actually quite helpful. Will it solve sustainability issues? Probably not, but it can help with the compliance of the laws, so you don't just give up, but try to do the best you can.
And if I may add one thing, just on your comment that these regulations also must allow that we play on the same play field that other geographies. So sometimes what we are facing as an industry is that complying with all these regulations, which are a must and we need them, make us less competitive than other products coming from other parts of the world. So we need to make sure that this doesn't mean a problem for the European industry.
And Katja, how do these sustainability trade-offs show up in practice when you make decisions about packaging? And is it something that consumers pay attention to?
Yeah, this is a tough question, of course, and I think food industry has the main problem to solve before the biggest trade-off considerations is still that the packaging material that we use, the main thing is to preserve the food edible and enjoyable by its best before date. So we don't end up with the biggest trade-off at all, which would be the food loss, food waste. And of course, the consumers, I think they are focused on very much other things, and are unfortunately very unaware of these trade-offs being happening.
Yeah, should we make them more aware?
Yeah, we could, and that could be a good objective for a bit later. I think the first thing is to fix the recycling and the sorting of the waste at home with everybody.
Yeah, talking about competitiveness, as Nuria mentioned, the EU has been developing this circular economy legislation for more than a decade. So the first comprehensive legislation adopted in 2015, it focused primarily on environmental objectives and increasing recycling. And since then, the scope has widened significantly. So now the circular economy legislation, it touches issues such as recycled content, safety aspects, measures aimed at creating demand, And at the same time, the global context, it has changed. So European industry is under pressure, as has been mentioned, and the US, it has used large-scale incentives. China is scaling production in many industries, systems favoring locally produced products. They are becoming more and more common. More countries are also introducing bioeconomy strategies in which bioeconomy is very explicitly linked to competitiveness. So, and investment, those decisions, they follow costs, energy prices, and predictability. So the question is also whether Europe can become more circular while remaining an attractive place for industrial investment, as has been mentioned. So you were already, Ilkka, talking about harmonization, but do you think it is the answer? Is the circular economy policy become too complex?
Maybe for a common man, but I think it's doable for at least larger companies, and with the help of AI you can figure out what to do and how to comply, as long as the quality of legislation is good enough. And unfortunately the European Union as a system is able to produce overlapping, unclear regulation in many cases. You would need a big institutional reform to fix that. So I don't think it's a question of amount, it's a question of quality and so forth. But to the competitiveness aspect, I think we need to think of the future competitiveness also, not only today's. While we need to breathe today, we need to breathe tomorrow also. And I think every region will have to move towards more and more circularity over time anyway. So I think it's good to move early. What am I referring to here? The consequences of climate change, for example. I think there will be less water, there will be less availability of food, probably of woody biomass as well. So over time, everyone needs to be a bit more circularity oriented. What gives me hope also is the geopolitics, because that's now a big driver. We don't want to depend on materials or fertilizers on Mr. Putin, nor from US or China. We don't want to be dependent on a little bit of a sea body called Strait of Hormuz for getting fossil fuels either. So I think there would be quite a lot of good arguments. Why don't we try to keep things in circulation here in Europe, whether it's biomass or minerals or whatnot. So maybe it's more of a question of now strategic autonomy and non-dependence than competitiveness.
And Veli-Matti, what about from a member state point of view?
It's hard to say, do we have enough legislation at the moment, but what we know that the EU legislation circular economy legislation has gone changed in a few years, and we are going from the legislative phase to the implementation phase at the moment, and which is really important that we are focusing on the implementation, that we are implementing legislative framework from the EU framework to national legislation at the same level in every member state. That is the key element that levels the playing field within the EU.
There's actually a question from the audience, which I would like to include now. So the question goes, if circular solutions are truly viable, why do we still see so few scaled examples without subsidies or regulatory pressure? Who would like to answer?
I can start, and I think that it links to what I mentioned at the beginning. There are quite a lot of things to do still. So if we start with the recycling system, if we need to change the input to be bio-based they need innovation, and this innovation needs to be able to be recycled in scale-up. Industrial, you mentioned, Katja, home recycling, but if I go to the industrial, it differs in the different member states. The level of recycling system, sorting, collecting, this needs to be solved industrially for these new products to be part of it. We need to be able to also increase the recycling rates, but to have this implementation that you were mentioning now, that we have been on the regulating phase, but we need to implement it. And in order to implement it, we need that. And then the question is about how do we have it that is a scale up? Demand needs to be there, and unfortunately, demand needs to be created in a way. So we need these incentives, even if maybe not ideal, but we need them, because otherwise scale will not be there.
And there's another question. We covered this a bit already, but let's dive deeper. Renewable-based materials are often presented as the solution, but what environmental trade-offs are we not talking about enough? Who wants to answer?
Well, I could volunteer. You know what the pressures are in your businesses, but I don't think the word biodiversity was mentioned yet here. You use biomass, you touch nature, and therefore you may risk going into areas where there's a lot of biodiversity. And I think in that sense we should, as you, Nuria, said, look at resources a bit closer to home than far away. Often it is so that where there's abundant biomass, there's also very high biodiversity. So there it's difficult to make that or achieve both, but you have to sacrifice one or two. And again, circularity, starting with the reduction and circularity, then you have to have less of new inputs.
And maybe a question for Katja still. If sustainable solutions, if they remain more expensive, how could we make them commercially viable?
Yes, I think we were talking about price premiums before and the demand not being there. So it looks like we are facing the price premium for the sustainable solutions. Of course, the only way to make it work is that the sustainable solutions will be the mainstream and not the price premium. But how to get there is the question that we don't have the answer to yet.
Do you think we are missing technology demand or political courage? If a quick round.
Well, political courage and consumer courage, I would say, and we all act in several capacities, including with our consumption choices, and often it's the purse that drives our decisions. I think that's statistically quite clear. I mean, people have intentions to be more sustainable in their consumption, but in reality, we're not. Will that change, and how fast that will change, who knows? But you need both policy demand from the citizen and courage from the politicians.
Yeah, Nuria, what kind of demand signals would actually unlock large-scale investment?
Predictable ones. Yeah. So like we've been discussing, and yes, we need what you said, Katja, that this is not premium anymore, but this is what is needed. And for that, we need this support and these demand-driven measures. And I think that what is important here is that we are focusing sometimes a lot on, why shall we create these demand-driven measures? Why shall we increase the awareness? But this is really defending the competitiveness of Europe. So if we want to win in Europe in industrialization, we need to create the right scheme to be able to do that sustainably. And that comes with the circularity and to enable the framework to make it here and not be dependent on other value chains. Otherwise, we will always keep being dependent on cheaper options that come from the outside. So we need really to do that in Europe.
Our time is unfortunately running out, but a very quick last round, because the next 5 to 10 years, they will define what materials Europe uses and whether circular economy, it becomes competitive and advantage for us. So just very quickly, what single decision would make the most difference in the next 5 years?
A European taxation system for favoring recycled content. It won't happen, but I hope it would happen.
Not single one, unfortunately. Many probably, and I would say enabling framework so that the regulations enable the growth. In that case, both use of secondary material, use of side streams, use of bio-based inputs.
I would say reducing uncertainty to boost the investment and joint innovation.
I think those were good answers, but if I had to choose one, I would choose that combined commitment to the strategic, make the circular economy as a strategic priority for everybody.
Thank you. And I would like to thank our attentive audience. Thank you, our great panelists. It would have been really interesting to continue this for another 45 minutes, but unfortunately we're out of time. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the speakers and the audience. Ohjelma tällä lavalla jatkuu kello 15.30, eli nähdään silloin. ja tervetuloa takaisin Päälavalle sekä täällä Turussa että verkossa. Haluaisin muistuttaa, että
To the
kaikki
main
ohjelmat
stage, I'd like to remind you that all programs and lectures are webcast online and interpretation is available on the app Interprefy. And you can participate in discussions through the chat function by scanning QR
All
code.
programs are live streamed online and interpreted into English. You may access the interpretation through the Interprefy app. Kindly keep other listeners in mind and use headphones. If you need any help with this, the event staff are happy to help you. Annan nyt puheenvuoron seuraavan keskustelun moderaattorille.
I give the floor now to the moderator of the next discussion, Maria-Liisa Permikangas. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear friends in the audience, and good afternoon to the panelists on stage as well. We discuss an important matter: security of supply and public procurement. The theme is very topical, especially that the European Commission will provide a new regulation on public procurement, and we will move from 3 directives to a regulation. Therefore, the regulation will be directly applicable in every member state. And because of this, although in Finland we have a new public procurement law, it's fresh from June this year, we will have to implement the regulation. And we know already from the draft regulation that security of supply, strategic autonomy, resilience, European procurement chains, ability to prepare to different crises, emergencies, be it COVID type or geopolitical or military conflict. These are all identified in the upcoming regulation and legislation. We all know that regulating doesn't help anything if it is not applied in practice in public procurement and in procurement chains. We are discussing this today. The Finnish Act actually functions from the point of view of efficiency, but also from the point of view of quality. So each procurement is an investment in quality, security of supply, security of delivery, what we want to construct in our society. In the textile sector, we procure protective gear, hospital gear, and we're not only purchasing a product, but the life cycle, security of use and sustainability, and also purpose. You might remember the discussions on the NCU procurement, where with 60 million euros the state procured NCU gear, and they were not suitable quality-wise and delivery chain-wise fit for the Finnish purpose. So therefore, this procurement is clearly linked to the security of supply, and we have to have the chain up and running, and therefore public procurement plays an important role here. Of course, when we talk about textiles and other products as well, and the use of natural resources, we have to take that into consideration to be able to recycle these products, what the demand is, and the companies have to deliver to this demand. Maybe we could ask the question, what are we constructing with public procurement, and what happens if we look at the procurement only from the point of view of price? So we want to also include quality and life cycle into this
discussion and entity. Together with me, I have here Mikko Häikiö, Managing Director from Sion Ballistics, and Ursuit. Well, my company maybe is not so known by name. Sion Ballistics is a company with 40 employees from Helsinki, and Ursuit is known for diving suits, but also dry suits and other swimming gear. It's a Turku-based company, 90 employees, and an important employer here in southwestern Finland. Ulla, you are the textile manager at Sakupe. Yes, we have an important societal function. We rent textiles to hospitals and other public institutions, and we employ people mostly in eastern and southeastern Finland. And then we have Riikka Leinonen, sector manager from Valonia. Welcome to this discussion. What does Valonia do? Thank you. Valonia supports the communities in southwestern Finland to achieve their sustainability goals. We are part of the Varsinais-Suomi Council, County Council, or Regional Council, and I work in developing procurement, and we also cooperate with other procurement units and entities. Yes, we have deep expertise on this sector here present. One first question on the new Finnish Act on Procurement. What thoughts does it provoke with you? This act was just adopted in June in Finland, and from your own point of view, how does it function? Ulla, are these issues, if we look price-wise, durability, life cycle of the textile, does this act provide for the different sectors needed? Well, it depends on the procurement unit's know-how and expertise. For example, hospital laundries have a very high level of expertise, and we have always invested in quality. In Sakupe, price is not the determining factor for choice. We invest in quality and usability of our textiles and durability as well. For example, test washing is always part of our tender process. And also in other units in Finland, it depends on the procurement unit's knowledgeability and know-how. In the new Act on Procurement, we invest in quality and also the market dialogue. Also, when planning procurement already, and that change we have to discuss with the marketing departments. But often quality criteria, we don't dare to use it, and I hope that we would invest more in the quality side and emphasize that at the procurement edge. Mikko, well, you provide protective gear for emergency services and rescue services. Do you have an experience that there is an inability to tender quality, and a big part of our revenue comes from public tenders, and we are pretty experienced in reading through public papers, come them from Finland or elsewhere from Europe. Unfortunately, the situation has been that price has been the major determinant, and that of course opens the competitive field so that you get what you order, not only European operators but also
sometimes the customer would prefer something else, but the tender produces the end results determined by price, and therefore the final quality doesn't weigh enough. If you could give a good hint to a procurement unit, in addition to price, quality criteria that would secure the supply chain of these critical products, what would be that criteria? You have the opportunity now. Now we only have 35 minutes time anymore. That's such an extensive question. But if I'm asked about quality, there are two factors. First of all, together with the company, we should determine the quality criteria, be it something related to the material, security of delivery, or terms of trade. But on the other hand, then also the process quality of the company is important. For example, in NATO procurement, there are criteria, and not everyone can participate even in these tenders. We have to guarantee the quality and also guarantee that not everyone can participate in the tenders. I'm sure that that can also be a disruptive criteria sometimes. Well, these were good hints to how we could deepen this thinking. And Riikka, you in your organization try to help the procurement departments. Upon your experience, how open to new perspectives are your counterparts, that you could move from price criteria to quality criteria to security of supply criteria? Well, the procurement units, municipalities, regions and others are very interested in quality issues and sustainability issues as well. They are up for discussion quite a lot, and I don't think anyone actually has the main aim to get the cheapest option. The challenge is that in many procurement units there is a extensive scale and extensive portfolio of procurements they have to make. When technology changes, product characteristics change, supply chains change, all procurements have to be thought thoroughly through every time. What are the critical criteria in this specific procurement that would then add on the quality? So you cannot set a too general aim or some aim where you don't have a concrete way to achieve it. And if we talk about textiles, of course we can talk about durability, or let's say whether the textiles also would include a repair service. But that would require quite a lot of deep knowledge from the procurement unit. And that's why when we try to look for a quick and easy way to promote the tender, that is a difficult equation. You asked about the new Act on Procurement. All in all, I think there are good aims towards this objective when we encourage to split up the procurements or the tenders so that we would avoid too complex procurement entities where you would tend to go through the cheapest option. But of course, the reality is that municipalities are suffering with their economies, and the officials that are preparing these tenders, preparing the procurement process, they have to have very strong justifications not to decide just based on price. And of course, sustainability should be considered, but justifications have to be very strong, and what can be achieved with the municipal finances in longer term.
Well, from this point of view, I'd like to point out that private households do not have a lot of demand, and price is the decisive factors. And of course, households, i.e. private consumers, they think about price, not the environmental aspects, for example. What about public side? Well, in public procurement processes, of course, in addition to price, you also have to set other selection criteria, like quality-based selection criteria, but also very high standards overall. So we have to set a certain minimum quality level which cannot be, which has to be achieved. So we have some minimum quality criteria, they have to be achieved, and then after that we can test the items, we can do test washing or use the items for test purposes and so on. So it is important to be brave and select things that are important to you, and also select suppliers that are reliable, and also set different criteria for suppliers, that they have enough operations, they have production processes in place and so on. Of course, it is in our interest to have long-term suppliers. Our contracts are made for years, so we want to be quality that it lasts for years. And Riikka, could you give us an example? Have you had any situation where more expensive solution would have been selected due to better overall quality? Well, we've had some examples. We've had some examples on these, especially on property side. So there are examples that overall quality and overall life cycle is reviewed, not only the price. So for example, we do not take the cheapest possible property solutions, for example. So there are such examples. Also on the textile side, especially textiles that are used for many years, there we pay attention to other criteria as well. As Ulla said, I think the setting of minimum quality level is a good idea. So you set a certain minimum criteria, and you can look for an affordable price. But of course, if the minimum quality criteria is fairly high, then of course, in the end, the cheapest solution will not be chosen. Of course, from the procurement unit side, it's quite difficult to compare different types of quality criteria, and also for that reason, it's a very good idea to set a minimum criteria level. It is also important to have a market dialogue with the suppliers and ask them whether they can respond to high minimum selection criteria. And if the suppliers cannot respond, then we should continue dialogue and ask the suppliers what kind of criteria they can supply and offer. And it is also in our interest to have fair competition on the market. And there are long-term criteria and also financial result-based criteria. And if we set high criteria in these terms, then of course it's often difficult to attract new suppliers to participate in tenders if the minimum criteria is very high. If one of the criteria is to have a long-term or long experience in that field. So it's a very complex picture. So there are different factors affecting differently, and therefore we should always aim for balance. Mikko, about innovative procurement. What would you like to say? Well, from the manufacturing industry side, if we take a look at the final price of the product, well, it consists of raw materials and work. And the price of Finnish work is fairly high. We cannot compete with Central or Eastern Europe. Labor costs are by definition higher in Finland. So if we let price to be the main criterion for selecting the product or selecting the supplier, then Finnish producers are always in a worse position in tenders. All right, I'd like to continue on that. So in public procurement, the public procurement may have very strong influence in any company's financial results and operations in general. So you should maybe take a look at this from different perspectives. It's not only about the single company, but also employment, job creation, tax generation, and so on. So there are different studies on what it could mean to different companies and to society as a whole. And talking about innovative procurement, so there are different criteria available, for example, taking environmental criteria into account. So the state of Finland has different support mechanisms. It can give incentives to companies to create more environmentally friendly products. But then, of course, procurement also plays a role. So RDI support can be hundreds of millions of euros, but public procurement is much bigger. So the state of Finland is a very major player here, and by innovative demand, it has much more impact in building companies' competitiveness than support policies. So can we ever ignore the public side's impact in competitiveness? So at the same time, when we are creating competitiveness and security of supply, we lose somewhere else. Well, this is of course true, and our products have to manage in international competition, and of course, depending on sales volumes, it has an impact in price and quality. So in every company, of course, we follow closely the markets and our competitors, and to some extent we've applied for public RDI funding for product development projects, but in my opinion the best way to generate innovativeness is to arrange very small restricted projects, and then funding is available or not. So whether this leads to targeted objectives, targeted results, it depends on the project itself. Well, about innovative solutions, I'd like to conclude that us consumers are not benefiting from the public sector procuring something innovative. Of course, there are some single examples, but
se on hyvin jännittävää se, että hankitaankin jotain täysin uudella tavalla, mutta kyllä niin on myös tehty kuitenkin. On ehdottomasti rakennettu
exceptional that something is bought in a different way. Of course, there are examples on that as well. So there are new solutions, new digital services, new solutions in the sharing economy and so on. So very innovative solutions which have brought new markets and generated new possibilities, and that is of course a good thing. All of them have not been successful, so it is a very risky business. public procurement is always very risky and participating in tenders, and we are often talking about sharing the burden, sharing risks, what happens when something goes wrong. So sometimes innovative ideas may lead to bad outcomes. And then, of course, preparation, dialogue, all this takes time. I'd like to add on the question of the price of Finnish work. For example, in public procurement for textile, traceability is very important. So traceability could be one of the key criteria, and also strength criteria and other quality criteria. We cannot compete with price. We cannot compete in price in Europe, so we need to set other criteria. For example, high traceability. That is often a challenge of textiles produced outside of Europe. For our Finnish companies, traceability is usually an easy thing. Well, very good. So just a technical comment. I don't have any questions from chat right now because I'm running out of battery here, but so there's a new legislation being prepared. So how can we prepare for crisis situations? How can we make sure that value chains remain in Europe? So our next perspective is about the value chains. Value chains in the textile industry are very long. They are global. And this is something that we saw during the Ukrainian war and COVID-19. Now, talking about security of supply, the first thing that comes to mind is to buy domestic products. But of course, the domestic producer may be very dependent on foreign production inputs and raw materials and other components. So how could we develop value chains to be more crisis resilient in Europe and at the same time bearing in mind the legislation? So Mikko, how does it look like from the company's point of view, domestic security of supply, and what are the main risks in the textile industry value chains? I'd like to take one step backwards here about innovativeness and security of supply and critical products. Very often we think about critical products, something that is related to security of supply, that it's a standard product, but this is not always the case. Customers may ask the company to produce a product which is totally new. Maybe the company has possibilities to develop this product, that is clear, but then investments are needed in machinery, in process management, in human resources, in suppliers, material solutions, and so on. So they are expensive things. And the company doesn't know at this stage whether it will win the tender. And therefore, it's a very risky decision to take for the company. So talking about innovativeness, if innovativeness is required, of course it can, but then resources and possibilities have to be offered, how to allocate the raw materials and know-how and human resources. Well, we've been talking about this with our customers. What should we prepare ourselves for if we want to strengthen our security of supply? And for example, in hospitals, what gear do we have to have for patients if the hospital must be evacuated? And of course, so many things have to be discussed with the suppliers, how to make sure that the cooperation can continue for years to come. So value chain, supply chain management are very important, that they have to be included in the tendering process, in all the documents, and they have to be tested with the companies all the time. They cannot be just words on paper. And of course, cooperation with suppliers is ongoing. It starts already before the tender, continues during it, and so on. And very often, when something is asked from companies have to be helped to respond. So very often we collaborate very closely with suppliers, and ministries and other procurement units, they collaborate already. So all these requirements may not come as a surprise to companies if they need to participate in tenders. So companies should have all this information already beforehand. Well, there are a couple of questions here, but let's continue on this. But one question from our chat. So how to strengthen quality criteria? So as we can see, as we just heard, there's no silver bullet for these questions. So how to conclude at this stage? So we need to have continuous market dialogue with suppliers. We have to have deep understanding of the textile industry, and the new public procurement legislation in Finland enables better market dialogue at the moment. And I took a look at the legislation draft so everything will be open now. All the knowledge transfer throughout the tendering process strengthens mutual understanding. So how to strengthen mutual understanding? We need dialogue and close collaboration, otherwise it doesn't work. How public procurement criteria should be involved in public procurement? Well, I think Mikko, you responded very well. Whether it's about products that are used in normal life or not. Is it something that you can require from companies if you ask for a product which is not normally used? So there are a couple of questions from the audience, and there will be more, and we are running out of time, so I'd like to come back to this question that I already put. So we have very extensive and long value chains. What about domestic security of supply? Is it an absurd requirement? Is it possible? And at what stage should we build security of supply in the textile industry in Finland? Well, thinking about our materials and products, all these
tuotteisiin raaka-aineita. Ja näiden pitkien toimitusketjujen lisäksi pelkästään
long supply chains are a challenge, and then of course there's something else as well. Not only the supply chain, but also the volumes of materials. What do we buy in Finland compared to other countries? Smaller volumes. And then, of course, long supply chains. These are the challenges. And of course, there are always other suppliers who can offer comparable products. We have some bad examples of supply chains. We've been negotiating, we've concluded agreements, but then when the crisis hits, everything turns upside down and things can escalate. And suddenly we just receive a message that this material will not be delivered.
Well, we have experiences of this just a couple of years back, or then you get a procurement from a close by region, then you have a political crisis, and then the local suppliers only will serve their local markets, and then you can't get that there. And we also heard about the geopolitical dimension. We are really at a cul-de-sac here at the high end of Europe, missing tunnels, bridges and rail tracks. That would also help in procuring
security of supply. If the Danish straits would be closed down, I don't think there would be much traffic there. Yes, as I said earlier, the dual sourcing so that there would be alternatives for materials, that's very important. If we can't get this fabric, we could use another one. And we should agree on this, that once the crisis hits, we don't have the time to test the different fabrics for work gear or protective gear. So we have to be prepared. We have to map out all the alternative producers, alternative fabrics, alternative products, and this has to be made visible in the contract between the different operators. How could we then ensure this in the different procurement agreements or others? Is this normalized already? No, not yet, but we have to have minimum requirements and they have to be added in the contract technical requirements that this product, for example, has several different sources from where it can be sourced and they can be determined before the procurement is proceeded to. I can complement to what Ulla said and what the previous speaker also said, with certain flexibility when we absolutely need flexibility when we have a long-term agreement or contract or something. So Finnish and European companies can have a strong position in tender processes when we have flexibility, when we have the preparedness to face situations of change, or on the other hand, for example, deliver alternative products or materials, provide training for use or training for production. So all the different elements of flexibility can provide us a competitive advantage as European companies or as Finnish companies, and that would strengthen our security of supply. Overall, can circularity be part of security of supply? Absolutely. For many reasons, it would be very purposeful to use those materials and raw materials what are in use currently to reuse them or extend their life cycle so that we don't need virgin material from far away from complex chains of supply. And we also need new companies and solutions and resources because, for example, on the textile side, recycled textile materials for different needs that can be very specific and very high level, these needs. We cannot require recycled materials if they're not fit for purpose and high quality materials even being recycled. For ecological and social sustainability, this is important, but also for security of supply. Yes, you took up that often when we think about a textile, a fabric, that would fit every purpose. But then if we look at the emergency needs or rescue services needs for certain materials or heavy industry needs for textiles, not all materials are fit for purpose. Not all materials can endure certain heavy use. So one public procurement unit once stated that they wanted to have a framework agreement for all materials. And when we started to discuss it more in detail, we noticed how varied the needs are, but we have to create an understanding on the different needs for different kinds of textiles for different types of purposes. But then the circularity question. If
something has to be circular or recyclable. If, for example, a certain textile has been contaminated with kerosene, can we recycle it? It's very important to have the two ends of the chain meet and understand each other. And then the capacity question on security of supply. If we think that in Finland we have 1 to 3 companies that produce a security of supply critical materials and products, and that security of supply should exist already previous to a crisis. If then there is, for example, a maintenance stoppage that happens, for example, in Russian nuclear power plants currently, that means that we cannot store all kinds of materials in advance. That would mean that the customers have to have their own stacks of products for when a need arises. Now, do we have questions from the audience? Do we have a roaming microphone? Could you please provide that to the speaker? Please present yourself and then present your question. Thank you. Pia Björkbacka from SAK, Trade Union Confederation. We discuss public procurement a lot at our organization. First of all, thank you for this very expert panel. You mentioned the regulation that had been leaked, this proposal for regulation, how we would ease companies to reach the market in a situation where the company wouldn't be required to have so much financial or economic capacity as so far. And then this what made in Europe means that remained a little bit blurred to me. And also the question on quality and that price wouldn't be the main determinant. I think that this is all linked to this same discussion. What you had been discussing from the textile point of view, what would be your takeaway from this regulation? I'd like to hear about this, and are these relevant matters when we try to together to lobby for these good quality products. Now, if you don't know the new draft regulation, but what we have been discussing from price to quality, security of supply, how can we ensure this? Quick comments from everyone. Well, let's say that maintaining, repairing, recyclability of product is very important, but if we look at things from only Finnish perspective or European perspective, we should always take care that we won't compete ourselves out of the global competition. So when we go outside Europe, there would be other rules of game. These proposals are very welcome, but we have to take into consideration the competitive environment. Yes, well, the challenge related to procurement has been throughout.
Me tarvitaan niin kuin johdonmukaisuutta siihen tekemiseen ja siihen
lainsäädäntöön ja consistency in legislation, in all the different texts, in what we do, and the Procurement Act is a scary thing already, and now that it will be a regulation level instrument on EU level that might even increase fear. But then we have smaller procurements. How are they fit into this whole picture? Because we have lots of small procurement units which only have smaller procurements, and we could promote high quality issues with these smaller procurement units as well. So there are lots of things to clear
they're out still, and I cannot interpret this text very extensively just yet. Ulla, very briefly. Well, overall, I'd like to say in public procurement that we would use the elements that exist already. We manage these procurements. We set the quality and minimum criteria courageously and innovatively, even though the law or regulation would say something, if we will not implement it, it remains really vague. We have to have the know-how in the procurement units, and we have to have the time as well. Unfortunately, I have experience of procurement being done under pressure, too small resources, too hurriedly, and that's when we don't think about quality. We just want to achieve an agreement as quickly as possible. Well, Mikko, what could Finnish and European companies need from European demands, investments in technology and know-how? What would be the change in the demand side where the investment courage would be created? If we think about the security of supply critical products, moving from words to deeds, purchase the critical products, purchase them as often as possible and as much as possible. That's where the chain of supply would be created and maintained. Well, what is that the one change that would be launched on the 1st of September? I would want that making claims on these public procurement processes, that kills all courage and creates a lot of disturbance and difficulties for procurement units. I would hope that the procurement units would dare to prioritize and identify procurements that are profitable to procure just now, because we can't achieve everything perfectly right now, so that we would identify the most critical ones, critical for security of supply or for some other objective or aim, and then learn from the process. Mikko? Well, I would start off by public procurement wouldn't be based on a zero euro level price, that we would be able to preempt the price a little bit, and that we would root for Finnish products. So we would strengthen crisis durability, security of supply with Finnish produce, and maybe also sustainability worldwide. Thank you, panelists, on a very expert discussion. We could have discussed for much longer, but I'd like to thank everyone for participating. Thank you.
Kiitos paljon mielenkiintoisesta keskustelusta. Tässä välissä taas lyhyt tauko ja ohjelma jatkuu 16:30.
Continue at 4:30. Thank you very much.
Tervetuloa takaisin päänäyttämön ohjelman pariin. Muistutuksena yleisölle, että kaikki ohjelmat striimataan suorana verkkoon ja päivien keskusteluun voi osallistua chatin kautta. Chattiin pääsee skannaamalla QR-koodin, joka näkyy tuolla näytöllä. Welcome back to the main stage. Just to remind, all programs are live streamed and interpreted into English. If you would like to take part in the chat conversation, you may scan the QR code on the screen. I will now give the floor to the moderator of the discussion, Johanna Peltoniemi, senior researcher at the Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare. The floor is yours.
Thank you. All right. So discussions about security often focus on the external threats and national defense, but security is also built from within through stable and socially and economically sustainable societies, also known as welfare states. The European welfare states are currently facing significant pressures. For many reasons, the situation forces us to reconsider whether we can afford to continue as we did before, or whether something would need to change. Here on the main stage of Turku City Theatre, we have two experts discussing this topic. Member of the European Parliament, Dr. Maria Ohisalo, and academic professor Jani Erola, director of the Invest Research Flagship Center. And I am Johanna Peltoniemi, senior researcher at the Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare. Maria and Jani, you share an interest in the future of welfare state, although you approach it from quite different perspectives. Jani through research and evidence of effectiveness, and Maria from the perspective of politics and practical decision making. In your view, what makes the future of the welfare state such a topical issue right now? Maria, would you like to start?
Thank you very much for the invitation here. I'm often thinking, how do people view, for example, European Union? If you look at the discussions, it's about security, it's about financial situation. In many countries, as you say, there are a lot of stress factors to the welfare state and so on. But if an ordinary person wants to hear what the European Union and politics does for you and for your everyday well-being and so on, so often it is way out of the discussion. I think we should bring welfare state back to the picture, take it as part of our discussion about resilience, if we have people who are well-being, we fix housing, we have good education, good social security systems and so on, and people trust the welfare state, they trust the people around them, I think then they want to also defend the country. They want to believe on the idea of the country and so on. So welfare state should definitely be part of our discussions much more than it is right now. Because for ordinary people, it seems like European Union is somewhere out there talking about defense, but not defending our well-being in our everyday lives.
Thank you. Jani, can we hear your thoughts?
Yeah, I think in general, I think the Nordic welfare state and also the Finnish welfare state, I think that's one of the best kind of export products that we have in Finland, that we tend to forget how cool people think that is. And of course, quite a few things I think in Europe in particular is something that is actually has been picked up in the policies of other countries during the couple of decades at least from these Nordic countries, that is considered as kind of effective and also appreciated ways of policies, starting from the daycare and social security and so forth. But of course, and at the same time, and also if you think about the Finns at the moment, where we just a couple of weeks ago there was a new research showing that the Finnish people appreciate even more the welfare state than they used to, because I mean that has been exceptionally strong support for welfare state, and it just seems to be going higher and higher. But at the same time, the discussion about the threats and the limits that they might have also kind of people acknowledge that very well. So in that regard, I think this is a kind of a discussion that we have to have as well, how to keep it and how to maintain this.
The European discussions on security are currently dominated by wars and geopolitical tensions and defense capabilities. As we discussed earlier, what Maria said, the security can also be understood in a much more broader sense. So let us talk a moment about the role of the welfare state in the maintaining security. Maria, you have a background as a poverty researcher, and you have later served also as Minister of the Interior. Do you see poverty and growing income equality as security issues?
Definitely. And actually, for many people, it was quite of a surprise that I became, as a poverty researcher, I became a Minister of the Interior. People were thinking, like, what is the connection here between? And I totally saw it directly. Like, I was like, yes, I'm really interested in that post because the linkage is so deep. The more we have inequalities in our societies, the more we have also security threats. And this was actually done in, like, let's say, years and many government terms before I entered the ministry at that time. Ministry of the Interior had published many reports saying that actually social exclusion is one of the biggest threats to our welfare state and our security in our welfare state and internal security. And so it was not actually my intervention and invention at that time, but I wanted to strengthen that message also. But to be honest, for many it was probably hard to understand the linkage. But I know from if we look at the research and data, we also see how much inequalities cost. There has been some studies in the UK where you could count how much inequalities and social exclusion costs in the UK, and I guess it was roughly the defense budget or something like much even higher than you would think.
Thank you. Jani, what does the latest research then tell us about the social risks that currently pose the greatest challenges to the European welfare states?
So definitely, I think the two big kind of groups of reasons are kind of easy to be kind of point out. And the first one I think is a kind of a most commonly discussed about, and that's the demographic crisis. That okay, the population is aging in particular in the Nordics and Finland in particular, but also in the rest of the Europe as well. And that's definitely kind of challenging the maintenance of the welfare state, and also the leader discussion how strong and how protective the welfare state, what kind of a welfare state we can actually maintain with a reducing working age population. But that's of course one part of that. The second part is then the polarization, and this is, of course, if you think about the social science literature for the many decades, we have understood that it has a deteriorating effects that you have, the social polarization, social inequalities and well-being, and that will lead to the also polarization in terms of opinions and also about the social relationships and networks. And now I think these two jointly together are now the kind of greatest challenges that we are facing. And of course, there are a bunch of other things. We have competitiveness issues, and then the shared uncertainties related to technology and so forth. But I guess these two things are perhaps the greatest kind of sources of uncertainties.
Maybe if I would add something on the inequalities, that in sociology we talk about status anxiety. If one sees that your personal situation cannot be improved in any ways, you work hard, you do several different things in your life, you work, you maybe even get social security on top of that, but still your situation is not getting better. And that creates an anxiety and the feeling of not belonging into something. Any community, any welfare state, nation, and the feeling of exclusion also leads to many problems, as we see from many countries where, let's say, unemployed youth men have nothing to do, have nothing to lose. What do? When there is a terrorist organization, let's say, this is an extreme end, but still, this is a huge example of when you can offer something which is not very good for the society, not for the person himself, herself, but then that is something to belong to.
Absolutely.
Yes, actually, in times of the crisis, the strength of society is not built only on material resources, but trust and internal cohesion. Well, Finns, we like to talk about the winter war spirit, referring to the sense of national unity and a shared goal in the situation where the country survived a serious external threat. But this unity, we know that it didn't emerge from nowhere. The social rights and the benefits that had been established before the war have been seen as one very important factor that then contributed to Finns' willingness to stand together. So in this sense, this is also a discussion about societal resilience, if I'm not mistaken, the ability of a society to withstand crises and to recover from them. Jani, what has traditionally been taught? What does research tell us? What can be done to strengthen the security provided by the welfare state in order to avoid these issues that Maria referred to?
So, but well, unfortunately, not necessarily unfortunate, but I guess the kind of basic kind of ways to deal with this issue or kind of do something are kind of a traditional. You provide extensive social security, and then you make sure that everybody has access to affordable healthcare and housing, and also that you have education opportunities. But of course, we are now especially paying attention is basically this. The smaller or larger gaps between these different kind of systems where actually people kind of fall behind in one aspect, and then it kind of escalates and correlates to the broader problems in life.
Thank you. Well, there is a war fought in Europe at the moment. Maria, during the time you have been an MEP, have you come across some new ways in which welfare states could prepare to the instability in Europe that is caused by the wars and different types of crises?
I think in the Nordic idea of comprehensive security is something that we really should value and should export. And actually, former President Sauli Niinistö's report on European security took an aspect of comprehensive security into the EU level. And Niinistö's report is one of the biggest Letta, Draghi, Niinistö reports. Those are the ones that the Commission, Parliament, Council are all referring to all the time in our work. And I think this is a very good opening from Niinistö's side, and we should boost it and continue the discussion that actually security is built on so many different levels of society. It is not only about defense, it is not only about border guards or police forces, it is about early education, childhood. Everything starts already from the childhood, as I know Jani has been researching this topic so much. And then we, of course, later on come to the costs. What also costs a lot is that if we don't look at the childhood perspectives already from the early on. And then, like, why wouldn't we treat social infrastructure, everything we built, whether it is housing policies, whether it is social policies, employment policies, as the way we look at physical infrastructures, let's say roads, railroads. Why is it so different? When we're talking about austerity measures in European Union, why is it always people's well-being that we are willing to first take the money out and then maybe later on talk about something else?
That's a very important question. Jani, would you like to continue from that?
Yeah, and I think it's good to remember how the whole thing started in Finland regarding the welfare state. I mean, of course, we share this Nordic idea about how the things are done and why it's done. Maybe for instance, in Sweden and Norway, the poverty issue was a bigger driver, but in Finland that was definitely the civil war. Because it was soon after the civil war when we basically started this discussion in the parliament that these social inequalities and polarizations are too wide, and we should build a system that actually brings them down and ties social groups more closer together in order to make sure that this never happens. And of course, there wasn't that many steps done before the war, definitely, but I think that you can really kind of pinpoint this discussion in the parliament discussions where this kind of started this idea. And this is something that was not equally explicit in other Nordic countries at all. For us, it was definitely a social cohesion project and social risk avoidance or resilience project from the beginning in a different way than in other Nordic countries.
maybe we talk about education system, early education, how we built it, how the housing policy started, the suburb questions, how to maybe put different people from different kinds of situations in their lives to live in the same neighborhoods, and all of that has been building the social cohesion from the grassroots level, and that is so important for the whole society's security.
Actually, if we think about the age in Europe, the security is increasingly connected to the income security and care, health, and like you mentioned, the trust that the help will be available when it is needed. And now we know that the public services are currently under significant pressure to cut spending. So in your view, have the European welfare states prepared sufficiently for these kinds of security challenges? And I would like you both to answer, so perhaps Maria, would you like to go first, or
if you want to continue, or first?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the awareness is there, but then the willingness to, or the kind of being able to decide from where to start. I think that's a much more bigger challenge, and I guess this discussion is also constantly going on. Of course, because of this war in Europe at the moment, then this kind of military spending is going up, and then this is kind of a challenging for the other fields of policies. But of course, at the same time, I guess people are well aware that there are other important things as well we have to take care in society in order to make sure that then the kind of a crisis doesn't actually kind of pick up in somewhere else. But in general, I guess that's a kind of situation we're at the moment. So.
Yeah, and because it's not also only about a risk that's upcoming at some point. We already have huge waiting lines for healthcare systems in every European countries. We have people leaving the healthcare sector because of the stress, because of the psychosocial risks, and all of that happening in the sector. We don't get new people working there, and it is an aging continent, and all of that is happening already. Once again, I would maybe ask, why is this seen as a cost rather than also seeing like the other infra that we're talking about? What makes it so much more important to first say that let's invest here in defense, and then later on maybe to people or the nature, the climate? It was maybe NATO leader who said that yes, this is going to, if we increase the NATO expenditure, it is going to be away from the welfare state system. I guess he explicitly said it, and I think that was quite rough, and I think we should protest that. We should not take it as granted, but really protest and say that welfare state has created so much good for us that we can't even measure it in money, to be honest.
Well, so far we have focused on why the welfare state is important and what the current situation looks like. Jani, at the Invest Research flagship, research has been conducted for 7 years now on what is required to maintain and even improve a stable and sustainable welfare state. The results were brought together in a book published earlier this year. Is the current decision-making sufficient to safeguard the future welfare state?
Yeah, I think we are getting there. So Anita, let's see if we get the picture here. Yeah, it's here already. So I guess the big answer, how we started to build this, is more or less the shown in this figure. So what we saw, or what we are seeing already in the society, is that of course we have lots of decision making happening that people people want to have different kind of a positive outcome. Usually you want to have a positive outcome from or a result from your decision. But what is perhaps has been missed a bit, that of course the different goals have different means. And this is an important distinction to make, than that we already also realize that this also kind of understood in the decision making slowly, that this distinction between the social investments and intervention. So the investment policies have been kind of central for the European Union for, I don't know, roughly 20 years, a bit more. And of course, it's often kind of traced back to the Nordic countries, that we have been good in investing in society in the long run. So in order to avoid the social risk to happen later on, then we avoid we make these investments. But the other thing that has been also realized here is that sometimes this is not enough and this is not sufficient, but sometimes bad things happen. And then much better policy is actually this quick, short-term intervention. And we have really great examples of those interventions that are functional and work just because of that. Let's say that you can go for of course, in Invest, one of the big things is this Kiva anti-bullying thing. That is the clear idea is that, okay, that you just stop the bullying and that's it. And as much as you are able to do that, that's kind of a sign for its effectiveness. Or the other one might be the Housing First program that we have also discussed in the book. That the one example of kind of the simple way of ending homelessness is actually provide people housing, and that's it, and that kind of gets rid of the problem. The part of that thing that has to be changed is also that we have to follow whether these things are effective. We have to be prepared to actually look at the evidence, not only beforehand when we are thinking what kind of a policies work, but also afterwards, that we need the evidence to show that whether this works or not. If it works, that's fine, but if it doesn't, then we have to change things a bit.
Thank you. Marja, as a politician, and I know that you have extensive experience both in the Finnish and the European decision making. How does this sound to you?
Well, often when there is a political struggle and fight over something, the fights can be tough and long, and then nobody thinks about the long-term effects probably, and including researchers all the way from the beginning, from the setting up the policy instrument, really, that should be something that should be done much more. I think researchers should be sitting in the governmental negotiations when there is elections next spring, and maybe in Säätytalo, House of Estates, there will be governmental talks. What if researchers would sit there and also listen to some of the discussions? Even though they don't have the political mandate from the people, still I think they would be, because now they are probably heard before the political talks start there. I remember having researchers often there, but then the doors close and then the politics starts. And that is, of course, about values. And that is, I have some colleagues I will not mention by name who have said to me during some governmental talks in the past that, Maria, this is not an academic conference. We're not here to listen to that data or this data, and don't teach us about this and that. But well, my background is in academia, and I want to base my politics in data and research, because otherwise everybody does have an opinion, and then when it's a fight against opinions, well, against values, of course, it is that, and that is what politics is. But I think we should definitely put much more effort on well-timed and well-planned evaluations, first beforehand, and also ex ante, ex post, both evaluations, in order to see where did we go with this policy instrument. And if it didn't work, there should also be a way to maybe reverse the way. But one thing that is problematic right now, in European politics, we have a huge tendency, this is like the biggest narrative that comes from the European Commission during this term. It is about simplification of the legislation in the EU level. And probably many of you know that EU legislation is difficult, it is bureaucratic, it is hard, but it is for 27 different member states, for 450 million European Union citizens. But this simplification leads to the Commission now to bring these omnibus packages. And this means that, for example, a legislation that has been done for years and that has been just put into force in the previous mandate has already been drawn off, or let's say it's been weakened, watered down already before we even know the consequences or the results. How did the legislation actually influence the society? And this is only because of the lobby of the corporate power and mainly about the German big old companies lobbying the European Commission. So here we see the total extreme that then something can be reversed even without ever seeing any results. And this is definitely creating a lot of instability. It is bad for many companies, many businesses that have invested a lot on doing something properly, let's say better when it comes to employees' rights or environmental standards or so on. So they are losing in this fight against the ones that are not acting well. So I think definitely we do need more assessments, and there is a good framework in the EU, many places, but here in these omnibuses, that was not used at all. Nobody talked about the results and assessments when it comes to these omnibuses.
Well, Jani, you already gave us quite concrete examples that we have also, like when decision is made based on research evidence, the impact assessments can be very worthwhile. So in the future, how should the evaluation be used in practice, and at which stages would you recommend the decision-making processes that it could be useful?
Yeah, so this is part of the contribution that we have done in Invest. Actually, is actually kind of a formalizing this decision-making kind of the flow of this decision-making. And if you start from the beginning, there is again this choosing between whether your policy goal should be intervention or investment. And this is definitely a political decision. And there definitely your normative goal should matter, making this choice. But of course you have to be explicit about it. And you cannot really go, okay, anything goes, and then because the means are different. And then when you start, of course, you have to have this pre-assessment where you do this check out what we know about these things and what works and what doesn't. But then when you start actually implementing, you would need to actually at that stage already start thinking actually how we show this effectiveness that we are aiming at. So you have to understand that in order, what are the means to actually show whether this works or not. And if this stage is kind of automized, that also kind of includes then automatically the follow-up, what happens and how we actually do the assessment afterwards, then it kind of makes it also easier to change things if it's necessary. But also show that things also sometimes they work very well, and that's also a good result. But I guess that kind of the force is to have this kind of a follow-up stage afterwards. I think that's a kind of a main renewal. We have always done, for a long time there has been the expectation that there is this pre-assessment, but there should always be kind of in written assessment after a while. Of course, you have to decide when this happens and so forth. And also what happens then when the assessment is done.
Yeah. You've also published together with the book this 12-pager, and this model was there written down very explicitly, and I think everybody who is now then after the elections entering the House of the Estates should read it. And I think, because actually when I was there negotiating on the governmental program 19, Sitra was actually there somehow making like how the whole negotiation should be organized better in different topics and so on. So I think researchers like you could also be there in the background if the politicians are willing to have the researchers there to advise everybody to read this model and this idea and really then think before every and each political decision or instrument that is put on the table, do we really have this model there? And do we actually put on the paper that then once it's been there for a while, we make a certain time and then we evaluate, then we see whether we should go back or not. So it definitely should be done much better.
Thank you, Maria. I think Jani and me, we both agree with you that everybody should read those 12 pages. Yeah. But do you think that the decision makers are held accountable when they do these corrective actions, maybe after a policy that is not produced the results that was meant or were not desired, or in fact in the EU perhaps that did not please certain audiences? Do you think that there are some differences in like Finnish politics and the European level politics from that perspective?
I tend to sometimes call the European politics as a sausage factory, that you don't really know what happens in the Council, in the Commission, in the Parliament, what does the member states, because sometimes when I post on social media about what the Parliament did, then somebody asks something and then I say, well, it's then the member states that have to do something, and then they're asking like, well, aren't you representing the member states there? So like the whole apparatus EU is so hard to understand sometimes. It is also very hard to know who did and what and where and why. And then to hold anybody accountable later on, really. It's much more easier maybe in the national context when the questions are not as big. So maybe you would know that, okay, this government did something and it did not work, but still I don't think an individual, maybe we can tell there were, let's say, a taxi policy that was done on the previous government terms. I guess that person, whoever did it, her name was used there. But quite often it is much more about the consensus politics, which our government politics is built on. So the whole government builds the bears the responsibility of what has been decided. But then when it comes to the EU level, it's really much harder. And of course also sometimes when we have the trialogues between the Commission, the Council, the Parliament, and it's overnight discussions and you don't really have a space for evaluating all the, because in those negotiations anything can happen. So all the words and things that you write in the legislation cannot be evaluated in that second and in those negotiations. But still, it is a decision that has been done there. And then later on, you might see the results that, okay, actually, this did not go as planned, but nobody knew. In that late night hours, you negotiate. It's sad. And it's bad. And this is why the criticism also comes in the European Union level from the companies, let's say. The companies say that this is double reporting for us, or this is many times bureaucratic for us. And it can be like that because the negotiating apparatus is like that. So this is definitely something that should be fixed much more.
Thank you, Ari. How does this sound to you?
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, that resonates well. I think also in the national level as well, which is much, I guess, much more better understanding, at least for me as well, how this works. But I guess that one of the key things, what we want to also say, that we want to say, allow that there should be for a politician or any other decision maker a chance to say that, okay, when there's evidence, it's okay, I was actually wrong. That this was there should have been kind of a. We thought it would work, but in the end, it didn't. So let's move on and do something else. And I think that would be kind of helpful for any kind of decision making, because this is what it's about. That then you have, as a researcher, it happens to me all the time. I have pre-assumptions, and then we run the analysis and do the models and look at the results. Okay, this actually doesn't work at all. And of course, it's the same mentality should be kind of more in the political decision making as well. That you don't. It's okay to give up of your beliefs when you actually show that things don't work like that. So.
And then go to Helsingin Sanomat and say that I'm giving up because I see the new data is proving me wrong. It is so difficult for a politician to do it because it is about people's trust, and people want to see processes that are smooth from the beginning till the end. They don't want to see reverses and, let's say, U-turns, or in Finnish, takinkääntö, code changes that you would, let's say, somehow sell your values now if the data shows something else. But I personally, coming from a researcher background, I think I am willing to do it and I'm ready to do it, but it needs quite a lot of guts.
Yeah, and of course the consequences are kind of a dire in sense as well, that you see that latest in the next the elections then. That,
exactly. And then people decide, and then if that's the only thing that people remember that you did, that's the person who actually made up her mind and then did not made up her mind and so on. So it can be really difficult.
Thank you. We have now talked about the security, the sustainability of the welfare states, and the importance of the making decisions based on evidence and actual effects. So perhaps we can return to the question that we started with. Can Europe afford ineffective welfare? Well, this discussion seems to suggest that the answer is a hard no. But this is not simply a question of spending more or spending less. It is about making the better use of the resources that we have and investing in the measures that produce lasting benefits, evaluating their effects and being willing to change course when they do not work. So in that sense, an effective welfare state is not only a social investment, but it is also an investment in the security and the resilience and the stability of the European societies. But to conclude, we agreed that we could take some questions from the audience. So if there would be someone who would like to ask Jani or Maria something. Well, while people still think about this, perhaps I can ask that discussions about the welfare state often do focus on the expenditure. And we know that the wrong kind of budget cuts can be costly, and at the same time, if the effectiveness of the decisions is not monitored, this may create even more additional costs. So, Jani, there has been some recent changes that would make it easier to make genuinely effective decisions. So would you like to say something about those?
I guess I think one of the things is that you have to think about the time frames of what you are thinking about this cost to occur. That's one of the things. And then, of course, we have there are these ways to look at the evidence that you need to how to kind of come up with how do you would say that. So the causal evidence have to be there in order to show whether the cost effectiveness is actually happening. But of course, then the question is what is the cost and when it's where the cost should actually happen. And for instance, the daycare systems are a good example of that. That the effects will happen. Well, if the things work, they will show in decades or years in any ways. And then the question is, of course, how you measure how costly this is. But of course, when you have the short-term thing, then it's a different story. For the intervention kind of a point of view, then the cost is immediately there, and then you should actually see the effectiveness as well.
Maria, this is also a question that in EU has been pondered quite a lot, the social investments, and like you guys have referred to both the early education and for instance. So what do you think? Is it really difficult for politicians to approach the decision making from this kind of like social investments that you have to think of that you will deliver only after 30 years? Is it more easy to go to these like quick fixes?
Definitely much more easier to think about the quick fixes. If you look at the everyday media landscape, social media, yearly budgets, everything is happening in such a short term. And actually, yes, here the electoral terms are only 4 years. In the EU, they are 5 years, which is already a bit better. But still, 5 years, when you think about big investments into, let's say, an aging Europe, for example, how would you be able to measure? And because the political power dynamics also shift and change, you cannot really bind the hands of the coming politicians either. So if you now set up a policy instrument here and say that after 7 years you should evaluate it, and then the power dynamics have switched during that time, you can't really say that the next people would do it. They would actually probably come and reverse it or do something else. So it's really hard. And I've always said that we should much more be talking about also the costs of inaction. We might have the costs of when it comes to the employment or education or housing or social well-being, welfare. But what if you don't do? Or when it comes to the climate or the nature, you already see a lot of data, what the heat waves, for example, how much they cost in human lives, in health, in businesses, in their financing and so on. So I think the cost of inaction should be something that we should really take much more into the arena and talk about it.
Jani, what do you think? I mean, I think in the European countries, the social investment is not considered as such a swear word, and it is in Finland in many positions. Why is it like that? Why is it more easy to consider more longer the view?
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. Whether this is really kind of a Finnish feature, maybe that is. I mean, the whole investment approach was kind of brought up as a Nordic thing in the end. But of course, we are not talking about that. For instance, a good example is this daycare. That okay, this is actually or the entire education system that is actually investment for the future. And of course, we have lots of systems that work in the same way. But I guess that one of the things is that it's also about this importance of doing something and not just letting things be, and the cost of that you actually just avoid decisions and so forth. Because I mean, I think it's important to kind of pay attention to what happens around you. The society is changing, our environment is changing, and we cannot assume that the things that we decided, let's say 5 years ago, 10 years ago, necessarily were, even if they were perfect then, that they would be working out equally well now, just because the other things have changed. And this is, I think, this important aspect there. Of course, the whole investment part is much harder to kind of tie to that. How you make sure that your investment that is showing kind of the added value is supposed to be shown in, let's say, 20 years, but actually that the whole environment has changed entirely. How do we deal? So I think this kind of uncertainty might be kind of a restricting factor here.
Absolutely. And we have so many insecurities coming that the welfare state, which started like decades ago, cannot be the same anymore nowadays.
Yeah,
when we
exactly.
think about the aging, for example, change in the labor markets when the AI comes and influences everything, climate change, all of this happening at the same time, affecting from different perspectives. I think we should be able to rethink the welfare state, and not meaning by just cutting the welfare state or getting rid of it, but to rethink. And I think that your model here is really serving that purpose very, very well.
Do you think that there might be something like, as a politician, something also with the Finnish political system, that the candidates are much more centered in the elections than in many other countries? That are you felt more like, do you have to carry it yourself, the weight of like difficult decisions, like whether we talk about if it's something that using the money now and gaining the fruit later, or making difficult decisions? Do you think it's something that hinders you?
Well, maybe if we look at this, I'm talking from outside of the Finnish parliament and the government right now, but still, if I look from an outsider's perspective, for example, the welfare areas discussion and how the sote areas are now financed and so on, and which hospitals are getting shut down and so on, that has come to very close to people's everyday lives and to those representatives representing those people from the areas. And you've seen people, even from the government parties, stepping out from the government compromise and actually voting against the government's line. And this is very not happening often, because the government needs to keep their line always, and it's a big thing. And I guess in some parties they've even excluded some members for a while from the party because they've done something like that. But I guess these people have at the same time secured their place for the next parliament. So from the party people's, from their colleagues' perspective, this might not have been the best behavior in the parliament.
But this is an interesting aspect, of course, because I mean, one of the strengths always in the Finnish system is that you assume that, okay, that the social distances are short. So people, researchers know politicians, and sometimes researchers become politicians, but then, and also you know people from very different social circles, and maybe even meet them quite often. And that can be a kind of that's a great aspect of Finnish society. But in that kind of things that actually may become a burden, because I mean then you have then you have this kind of obligations to different kind of directions as well at the same time.
Yeah, and I think it's good for the democracy also nowadays that you have different routes and social media and whatever, you can send a letter or whatever, you can make something very big and very public quickly. Yeah. So it is this hospital here, and now you three members of the parliament, if you don't vote in holding it here, then you're not going to get our votes in the next term. So it is good for the democracy, really. Yeah, that and these social distances, that it is also small, because if you look at the more class societies than Finland, what Finland is, then you would not be able to reach a politician. You probably not be able to meet a politician, maybe never in your life, or to speak directly to them. And I think this is a richness that we have in our small welfare state, Finland.
Thank you. We have now come to the end of our time here. So I want to thank both of you, both of our speakers, and I think you have built a brilliant bridge here between the research and political decision making. Okay, and I have to give Maria also a book. So
thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And thank you for the audience here.
Thank you to our speakers and to the audience for a great discussion. Näin olemme saaneet päätökseen keskiviikon ohjelman täällä Turun kaupunginteatterin päänäyttämöllä. Suuri kiitos kaikille päivän puhujille, moderaattoreille ja yleisölle, niin täällä salissa kuin myös striimin äärellä. Eurooppa-foorumin päivä ei suinkaan pääty tähän, vaan tänä iltana ohjelma jatkuu kaupungilla EU-pubivisan merkeissä kortteliravintola Arvossa kello 19 alkaen sekä Eurooppa-foorumin erikoislevyraadin parissa Bar Kukassa kello 19.30. Molemmat näistä tilaisuuksista on avoimia kaikille kiinnostuneille. Tarkemmat tiedot iltaohjelmasta löytyy tapahtuman ohjelmasta verkkosivuilta. Kiitos tästä päivästä, oikein mukavaa keskiviikkoiltaa kaikille ja nähdään jälleen huomenna Eurooppa-foorumissa.